Close that. All right, what is going on here? Looks like the stream is running. Fantastical. Fan-freaking-tastical. So let's get into it today. We're going to be getting back into the old... words are hard. We're going to be getting back into the old Slayer. I picked up this fungal magi the other day after stream. And I don't actually know how to kill the fungal magi's. So we're going to have to look that up. RS3 fungal magi. So let's see here. I'm pretty sure, so I kind of looked at this the other day, but why is this called a fungal mage in the wiki? A fungal magi in the game. That makes me sad. In the Polypore dungeon, players come within more than one square. It will infect them, dealing damage. This can be prevented by using a neem oil on it. Okay. Well, let's go talk to a Slayer Master and see if I can get neem oil. That's not a ton of damage. But it does say it happens quickly. So we need to see if we've got like a neem oil shaker. I bet you this fungicide. Always have access to fungicide when on the move. Adding this to your tool belt. I mean, I kind of feel like this is probably what I need, right? What do we think? I think we're gonna do this. It's not that expensive. It's only 60k. We're gonna buy it. We're going to add it to the tool belt. Yep. And then, where's the Polypore dungeon? Oh, Polypore dungeon. Located under the river, or under the island on the River Solve, east of the Mage Training Arena. Okay, the Mage Training Arena is way up here. Or is it actually way down here? River Elid? That is not the River Solve. The River Lum? There is no river out in the wilderness. Where is the River Solve? Okay, it looks like the Mage Training Arena is in the desert. Some sort of a mini game. It is north of Het's Oasis. Okay. Mage trading arena. Okay, here we go. Island. Got it. This says Mauritania Underground. I'm surprised. I guess maybe that goes somewhere else. I don't know, but let's go check it out. Let's go check it out and see if our fungicide is gonna work for us here. There might be something else I need. So I don't even need these defense runes. Actually, let's go talk to a banker. Let's reset up our stuff here. Oh, actually, we need to be bringing, like, our Varric gear also, because we want to be leveling things up. That's right. So let's get into the Varric gear. Varric helm, yes. Varric club, yes. Wrong club. Why did you do that? Varric club, Varric pants, Varric chest. Then we'll bring our Varric club. And then we will get our other runes. So we need these runes right here. We also need our bags in case we pick up some gems and stuff. What else do we need? Maybe a box. Might need that box right there. And then let's bring some fishes. They nerfed... Hey, what's up, Felix? They went and nerfed my sustain, which is hella sad, if I'm being honest. I don't like it. But gotta deal with it. It's not... So it's not a huge nerf, because we are getting more healing from the third attack of the Dismember Chain. The problem is that it's going to be significantly less healing during Slayer tasks, because you don't always get that third hit off, and you don't always get the full duration of the damage over time and the heal. So things can be a little unfortunate there. But that's okay. We are going to deal with it. And if we can get a Saradomin sword, honestly, things will be really good. So it'll be fine. So we're going to go out this way towards the Polypore dungeon. We want to go right out onto this little island here. And there's a cave. And this should help us out. I hope this is the Polypore dungeon. It looks like it. Oh my goodness. What in the holy shit? Let's trade this merchant. You got anything cool over here? Mycelium visor. Okay. Does this take me down? No, gives me neem droops. This must be used to make the neem potion. Looks like these stack. That's nice. And they are finite. Okay. There's the fungal mage over there. So we need to get over there and just see how this is looking. I wonder if I'll take damage if I get too close to that. And do these rodents aggro? They don't seem to be aggressive. That's nice. They're only level 26, super low level. Not really a big problem. These fungal mages are a higher level. And this is an infested axe. Let's go see what sort of aggression I might get out of these things. Okay. It seems like everything's probably alright. Yeah, I don't appear to be getting any sort of aggro. So, let's beat on one of these dudes and see what happens. Oh, they don't have very many hit points at all. So this is that damage over time happening. They quickly hit me for 15 damage at a time. But I seem to be resisting that fairly well. I don't do very much damage to them. They have impressive armor. You know what? Oh, no. I can't appear to use my fungicide. Can I use? Nope. So normally there's like a right click option to put the fungicide and stuff on people. That doesn't appear to be something I can do right now. So I don't think that that's actually what I'm supposed to use. I think I'm supposed to use these neem drupes to create yeah, okay, so I need an empty jug to hold the neem oil. Okay, let's see if this dude over here sells jugs. Yeah, you know he does. Alright, let's buy that jug. And then let's squish these bad boys. Squeeze the neem oil into your jug. It now contains 15 doses. Nice. What is this? Oh, that's just the new marketplace stuff. Apparently you can have a baguette as a weapon now, I think. Alrighty. Let's see. Sprinkle neem oil. Wait, what? Neem drupe. Hive newt. Okay, so I think the best thing is just to attack it. And then, bammo, hit the sprinkle. I'm not taking that damage now. I thought maybe this thing was going to take more damage. That doesn't seem to be the case. It also doesn't seem to last very long. That's kind of crazy. I'm going to need 2 or 3. Let's just move this right down into my W slot here. Because this seems to be something we're going to need to be doing multiple times. So these things are really, really unscary. Restores 10% of your maximum life points and reduces incoming damage in PvP by 15%. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, so we just attack these things, and then we squirt them with neem oil. Whoops. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Hello? Can you get squirted with neem oil? Alright. This is weird. A polypore spore. I'm probably gonna have to just eat some of these foods. Oh look, that guy actually attacked me. That's interesting. Can I sprinkle there? There we go. So it seems like these Eye of Newts don't stack. Darn. So it seems like when you sprinkle one, it like drops stuff. I really don't know exactly what's going on. We're gonna eat up some of these foods because I don't really need them. It seems like we're gonna be okay. Just killing the things. We've got the neem droops. We can fill those back up. And then we just need to sprinkle. That sprinkle seems to hit in a nice little AoE. We got some fungal flakes. And then when I start taking these AoE, or these quick little 15 to 20s, we go ahead and hit the sprinkle. And that's going to drop every time you hit them with the sprinkle. Hey, what's up, Dean? They seem to drop more stuff. So we just hit them with the sprinkles. We get some more neem droops. We go ahead and squeeze that shit. This is a weird, weird place to be fighting. If I'm being perfectly honest. I don't think I'm really in a terribly large amount of danger here. So I think I have time to just kind of take it slow and figure out what I'm doing. But it's an interesting one. These Eye of Newts, unfortunately, not being able... Oh, there we go. Okay, so we'll disassemble the Eye of Newts. Why am I melee? Why wouldn't I be melee? I think the question you need to ask yourself is why not melee? I'm aware. I'm curious how you think that I was gonna know that before I came in here, though. Like, it's not like I've ever fought these before. I'm not omnipotent or omniscient. And melee is my default. because it's my favorite. So of course the first thing I did was come down here in melee. They did, and I'm very sad about it. Overall, a majority of what they did is going to, at least for the healing, the sustain, is going to affect, like, mob grinding a lot more than it's going to affect your sustain during bossing. Because you do actually get more. So Dismember only gives you 4%, but it's 4% on a 25% hit, so that's not a big deal. And then the next one, Slaughter, gives you, I think, again, 4%, but on a, like, 90% hit. And then the next one gives you 12% heal, but on an even bigger hit. So technically you will have less sustain, but it's a much bigger nerf to environments where you're not necessarily going to get the full value of that healing. As opposed to the bosses where you're definitely going to get, like, all your heals. Man, I don't think I like fighting these things. I don't know if I want to kill another 100 of these. This is going to take a really long time, and I'm not going to get very much Slayer XP from them. I mean, I guess they've only got 2,800. Sorry, 2,800 damage, so I guess I could just go throw on some magic. And if I hit for full damage with magic, these guys should be pretty easy, but they did also make some nerfs to magic. They said that they felt it was doing too much in the early. Let's put on my lunar boots and my lunar gloves. And then we got our RM staff on. Let's put all this stuff away. Oh, nope, I need that jug. The neem oil. Put all these things away. Don't even need that. Put that right up there. Yeah, I think probably those changes to melee will be fine. I was feeling pretty fucking invincible. So maybe having to rely a little more on some of my resources won't be too bad. It does make me a little sad. I was really feeling myself there for a little while. It was making me pretty happy. But now we just have something to look forward to. We'll get the Ceradoman God Sword, put it on passive heal so that we trigger that ability and get even more heals. We can get our Guthin's helmet and get a heal from that. There's all kinds of different options we can do. Melee really does have, I think, the most sustain options. So really, we just kind of got a taste of, okay, what are we going to be able to do maybe a little later in life. Have you looked at the blood necklace? I did not. I think I have. I don't really remember the name of everything, though. Level 90 Slayer monster. Let's see. What does it do? Special ability activates every 15 seconds. Damages monsters in combat for 2 to 500 points. And heals the wearer for the same amount. Can hit multiple targets at the same time, allowing for a stacked healing. Oh, so that's great for like AoE mob grinding. That's fantastic. Hell yeah. That looks like fun. Let's go ahead and put our neem jar. Well, we might not even need our neem jar, honestly. Let's pick a spell. Oop, there's another duder down here now. We're gonna hop worlds. Because I'm not an asshole. The arcane blood necklace, is that like the upgraded version? Let's put this down here. Let's make sure that we're using... Oh, we're on the wrong spell list. So how does this work? Like, I don't have my regular attack spells here. So how is it deciding what kind of damage I'm doing or whatever when I've got my lunar spell on? Need to select a spell to cast your magic. Do I have to like select that? So I just straight up can't use my abilities if I have that particular spellbook on. That seems insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. I think we're going to put that right there. And then we'll teleport. 33% chance to deal damage to your target and heal you by the same amount. 12-second cooldown. Yeah, that's super cool. I like that. Definitely gonna be using that. There's a lot of really cool stuff in this game. I mean, I know there's a lot of stuff that gives utility that you just can't um can't live without. I mean, it is really good though. An extra, it says up to 1200 life points every 15 seconds for the regular blood necklace. So that's, I mean, a huge amount of healing. If you're doing some AoE mob grinding, that's like an enabling amount of healing. So that's pretty crazy. And yeah, so I mean, you need 90 Slayer for it. But 90 Slayer isn't even halfway to 99 Slayer. So that's honestly getting things at level 90 is still getting them in the mid game. So that's pretty big. The Blood Amulet of Fury. Ooh. Alright, so we're using our wind spell. And then we're just gonna bap this dude. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, get bapped, dude. Okay, this is gonna be super easy this way. Oh yeah. Oh shit, I got 84 polypore spores. What's a polypore spore? Okay, game. Please. Let me target that thing. And then bap these dudes. Ooh, more polypore spores. Let's go ahead and turn that on. And then let's just bap away here. We're just gonna let my dude do the bapping. Because I think homie knows best when it comes to how to bap. Oh yeah, look at all that. Look at all that. We bapping. Get bapped. We are taking a little bit of damage just due to the fact that we're AoEing these guys a lot. If we were taking them one at a time, we probably wouldn't take any damage. I could probably take this spell down, this Omni Power. In fact, we'll take it right down there. And then, hopefully, that'll make it so that we can gain enough adrenaline that we can throw off our Rejuvenate. And if we can throw off our Rejuvenate, we'll probably last long enough just to get all these dudes. We only need a few, and then we'll be good to go. But this is going hella smooth with this magic. I mean, like I said, these dudes don't have a ton of hit points. Yeah, we had enough there to get our Rejuvenate on. That feels good. The big issue here, the reason I had to take this Omni Power off, is because it only uses 60 adrenaline instead of 100, which made it so that Rejuvenate never had a chance to trigger because I was not gaining enough adrenaline to keep from using it. The magic doesn't have the same adrenaline engine that melee does, and so we just run into that problem sometimes. It seems like we can pretty much pick everything up here. We're getting some fungal flakes, which is for repairing the gear that you can get from Croesus, which is cool. We're getting, I don't know what the hell these polypore spores are, but those are kind of cool. We're getting these Garagian mushrooms. I don't really know if I want those. You know, I'm not planning on doing any PvP, although they would be very valuable in PvP. So, I don't know. I guess I could use them to heal myself right here and now if something goes wrong. But I might end up throwing them on the ground because they're taking up a slot each. And I don't know if they're worth a whole slot to me. So we'll have to... Guys, it's so hard to hit the stupid axes. Like, they're too narrow. They need to widen the click box on these floating axe dudes. Because trying to target them is a huge pain in the dick. I don't like it. Yeah, I mean, it's just goofy. Just make the click box bigger. It's fine. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those fists were fast as lightning. Why is that rat attacking me? What an asshole. You could have just continued being a fungal rodent and not had to die. But instead you had to attack me. Let's see, how are we doing on XP? Okay, these guys aren't really worth very much Slayer XP either, which is unfortunate. So they're a little bit of a pain in the ass and not really useful at all. But that's fine, I guess. We'll still beat their asses real quick. Do these fungal flakes have any value? Not really. None of this stuff really has any value. What gives me Necro XP? Is something giving me Necro XP? I don't think anything is. I'm not using any Necro stuff. Yo, what's up, Master of Light? Oh, I guess it could be Bone Shield. He's giving me Necro XP. Back to Necro I go. Melee sustainability. Yeah, it was a tough pill to swallow. That's for sure. I think. That is for sure. But I'm not gonna give up on my melee. I still like it. It's still my favorite. I am not a fair weather friend of the melee. I'm gonna be here through all of it, through the ups, through the downs. Bone Shield is a super good Necro skill that allows you to use your defensive skills without having a shield, Dean. Actually, I need to take this off because I'm wasting. But yeah, so it basically pretends like you have a shield and you can use it when you're using a two-handed weapon. So that's why I'm able to use my Rejuvenate, even though it says I have to have a shield equipped. As long as I have Spirit and Bone runes, then I can cast Rejuvenate because I have my Bone Shield up. And it's a permanent buff that I can just leave on. And so anytime I have a two-hander equipped, I can still use my Rejuvenate, I can still use my Resonance, I can still do all that stuff without having to swap weapons. It's honestly kind of fucking broken, and I sort of want him to take it out of the game. I don't like it. But still a higher level if you run the vampirism aura, but yeah, nerf to heal is rough. Well, so the big difficulty with it, in my opinion, Scythic, is it's significantly reducing my healing, especially against trash mobs. So, you know, when I'm out here doing Slayer tasks and stuff, it's going to be hitting me a lot harder than when I'm doing like bosses. Because you actually get a bigger percentage of heal on the third hit from Dismember, because it went up to 12% from 10%. So they drop the damage, so you're still ultimately getting like the same or less healing. But the nerf really hit small enemies where you're not getting all the way through that chain, or Massacre is just really quickly killing enemies. You're really missing out on a lot of the sustain. So that's where the big issue came. As far as bossing and stuff is concerned, I mean, you know, lower damage values, stuff like that. Dismember, Slaughter, and Massacre to heal an additional 3% life points for the Master Strength Cape. Like that's the way it is right now, or that's the way it's gonna be? Because that's cool. I didn't see that when I was reading, but I also only skimmed real quick, so. It's always been there. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so that's 15% in that case then. So that's some really good sustain. I like that. I will definitely be using the strength cape bonus on my completion cape then. Or whichever one of the capes it is that you can use multiple bonuses on. I don't need that. I want that. Give me that. Yeah, this went super easy. I like it. No problems at all. I need to get back to my melee because I need to use my weapons that have my augments. That's fairly important. I also forgot to bring my spring cleaner. Not that these guys have dropped anything that it would actually trigger on, but all right, there we go. Teleport home. Masterwork two-handed sword healed by 2% of the damage dealt. Is that with a specific bonus on it, or is that just every Masterwork two-handed sword does that? Cool. Now we can go back in here and get our Varric gear. And we can get our Bane boots and gloves. There we go. Gotta switch my spellbook. Hello. I need another assignment. Jungle strike worms or aberrant specters. I've never killed jungle strike worms. Let's see. Got any tips? The last jungle strike worm I killed, I found stabbing attacks took them down effectively. These tricky creatures bury beneath the jungle northwest of Uglog. Be careful, as these poisonous jungle worms like to use magical attacks from a distance, while they should be weak to stab attacks. Jungles are good to do. They drop an item for your Slayer helm. You can get a nice. Well, we're gonna go check that out then. Uglog. In the jungle north of Uglog. I assume, like the other strike worms, they're like under the ground. Near the water. All right. Hey, there we go. What's up, buckos? Boom. Oh, yeah, get wrecked. What's up, dude? How does that feel? Actually took quite a bit of damage there. But hey, if they're gonna give me lobsters, oh, I just like nuked that dude. Damn. When they go underground, you need to move. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's too much button pressing. They're giving me free lobsters. We're good. There's no dodging in melee. I'm a bad motherfucker. I don't avoid attacks. I just stand there, let myself get punched in the face. That's how I exert dominance. They don't poison me, 'cause I've got venom blood, baby. What's up? Poison can kiss my ass. Too strong. Oh no, he went underground and burrow attacked me. Oh look, I'm almost full health. Yeah, more lobsters. Rock lobster. Pim 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 pim. I don't think I'm gonna need these lobsters. I'm pretty sure I'm too much of a badass for these enemies. What are these mithril stone spirits? Well, that's useless. Who needs mithril stone spirits? Not this fucking guy. I also don't need these lobsters. So we're just gonna eat them. Okay, attack the strike worm, dude. What are you doing? They might have tried to nerf melee, but if you attack things of a low enough level, you can still feel really strong. No matter how hard they try to balance, you can never balance away my ability to pick on weak shit. Just saying. Is it the most effective way of leveling? Absolutely not. A super defense potion. Yo. I can't believe I only got one drink of it, though. That's booty cheeks. Booty cheeks. So, I was having a thought last night. And I actually ended up staying up super fucking late because of it. But my thought was about a shared, persistent narrative RPG. And what's this thing? A papaya. So what I was thinking is if you built a world, like a D&D styled world, where you weren't necessarily like animating it, you weren't trying to render it, right? It was just a bunch of pictures, like a world map, and then you could zoom into certain towns, and you'd have, you know, like a hex grid for traveling and stuff like that. Like a really quality D&D map. And then it would be something that everybody shared. And everybody would be playing this narrative game in the same world. But something that AI has really enabled is the ability to aggregate data really well, especially data given in natural language. And so what I was thinking is if you created this world that already had lots of NPCs, that have lots of goals and stuff like that, they wouldn't need to be interactable. At least not, it would be asynchronous, right? So the things that you do are sort of outside of the moment to moment. And so the way you would play, I don't know if any of y'all ever played like those group chat games, play by text games, where people would like post every day what their character was doing. But you do something like that, but on a much larger scale, and then you aggregate all of the quote unquote journal entries that people are putting in about what they do throughout the day. And then based on consensus, you determine how the world changes sort of collectively. And so on a really small scale, you could have like one town with say 20 players. And maybe those 20 players, 5 of them decide to like do some farming, and 3 of them decide to do some blacksmithing, and then the other 12 of them decide to like go quest in the wizard's tower. And of those remaining 12, like 7 of them end up burning the wizard's tower to the ground, and then the other 5 leave the wizard's tower as is. And so because of that, you aggregate that information, right? And because more people burned the wizard's tower to the ground than didn't, then the wizard's tower burns to the ground. And then you update the map, and you send everybody out a daily like a news report of what happened in the world. And then you update maps and stuff like that so that people can see. But you could do that on a massive scale, where you could have, even as much as like global intrigue and stuff going on. And then you run the whole background with an AI, right? The AI is deciding the NPC narrative and, the NPC political environment and how those things react to the players. And it's basically functioning as this massive scale GM that's aggregating all the data of all the actions all the players wanted to take, and then sort of spitting something back out to everybody. But I actually think it's fairly doable. And I mean, it would just be like a website, right? And so one of the other things that I thought would be cool would be opportunities for collaboration. So say I put in my journal entry that, I wanted to go to the apothecary and order some potions. And somebody else also says that they go to the apothecary. And so because both of us are doing actions on the same day that are functionally putting us in proximity of each other, or could be putting us in proximity of each other, then the game would tell us, hey, you have an opportunity for collaboration because of your proximity to this other player. And then if both of those players, or even a larger group, right, it could be 4 or 5 players, if they agree to collaborate, then not only do they put in their daily journal entry for what they did, but then they also put in like a supplemental group journal entry. So it opens like a direct chat between those players, and then they can talk about what's going to go in the supplemental. And then collectively they write, a little supplemental about their interaction. And then that supplemental can continue to happen for as long as they decide to continue to collaborate. Right, so, you could create guilds in that way. You could create adventuring parties in that way. It'd be really interesting, I think. It would require quite a bit of effort on the side of the players, because, everything would be narrative driven. So you have to make all of these decisions and stuff for yourself. But I think it could be interesting. And it would all be done in natural language. I mean, there wouldn't really be... How's Slayer been? What's up, Mob Man? It's been good. We killed some fungal magis earlier. And now we're out here murking some worms. And I'm really enjoying it. They did nerf my poor melee. They hit me with the nerf hammer. And I feel bad. Kinda makes me want to cry. But I'll get over it. It'll be okay. I heard. Hopefully it's not too much of a nerf. It's pretty significant. I mean, you're looking at 10 to 15% less damage on a lot of skills. Even as much as 30% on overpower. They really, really hit overpower. And also it was like 20% on assault, I think. So pretty massive nerfs there. And then the sustain on Dismember, Slaughter, Massacre was also hit pretty good, with some pretty significant reductions to damage. So it was significant, but I don't think it takes it. I mean, melee was super strong. The damage output and sustain was pretty silly. So I think it was definitely warranted. Even if it makes me a little sad. What's up, Slate? How are you today? I mean, I didn't even feel like I had to try anymore with melee. Killing things that were, I mean, kind of right around my level. What Slayer level am I looking to get? Probably somewhere around 90 or 95. I just kind of want to get it out of the way for a while. And I'm just tired of things being in my way. Is this level 10 yet? Yes, it is. So I actually need to destroy that. And then I need to augment this. But it's just one of those things, like, I enjoy the Slayer grind, so it's not really gonna hurt me to do this for a while. And I think it'll give me lots of good resources and stuff like that. I mean, I'm getting tons of blue charms, I'm getting, you know, lots of herbs and stuff like that. So I think it's probably a good grind to be doing. And then if I get it done, then it stops being in my way in the future. It's honestly a lot like dungeoneering and agility. Well, agility is just obnoxious. But if they weren't going to be doing a dungeoneering update this year, then I'd probably want to go ahead and get some dungeoneering out of the way too. But I actually think I'm going to wait until they do an update on that. But this way, you know, if I have enemies I need to kill or stuff I want to do or, you know, anything like that, this isn't in my way. It has definitely been holding me back. I mean, my attack level is so high. There are lots of things that I could be killing that I'm not. It's all because of this fucking Slayer level. I think it gets annoying when you can't kill things. Yeah, it's been annoying me pretty much the entire time I've been playing this game. The folks that were watching when I first started playing, they did get me going on Slayer pretty early. So I did get up to 60 Slayer pretty early. And then I started PVMing and doing some of the early bosses and really grinding those. And then my combat level started to overtake my Slayer level and started to put me in kind of a bad position. So it was just a little bit hard to balance, and I went a little too hard on the boss killing and not hard enough on the Slayer stuff. But we can course correct that, no problem. Just spend a couple of weeks doing Slayers and murdering things, and we'll be good to go. I think just 2 more Slayer levels. We got to get to Slayer 75 before we can move on to the next master. So as soon as we hit 75, we'll move on, start getting a little more XP, start killing some higher tier shit. It's all deadly. Apparently, I'm supposed to be able to maybe get something for my Slayer helmet here. I haven't gotten it, which makes me sad. Level 75 Slayer Master is nice because you can kill a lot of his assignments in this dungeon. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I've been using this NPC contact to get my Slayer tasks from my dude, and I'm pretty happy about that. I think that's really cool. So now we finished up that task, and we could just, boop, contact this nerd. And get another assignment. Super convenient. Sukwas, or 55 black dragons. Let's go ahead and do Sukwas. You know, I could do 55 black dragons by killing the king black dragon, couldn't I? That'd be interesting. What's a Sukwa? Looks like a weird little ogre thing. Oh, it's the things on the lunar isle. Okay, I can kill those. Do I want to kill those? Or do I maybe want to go kill Sukwas? Or the King Black Dragon? Do I get anything super cool from them? I need bones? Yeah, KBD will take a while, but I don't have like any of KBD's um words are hard. I think we're gonna do black dragons. We don't have any of KBD's freaking log, which makes me a little sad. I've gotten the head 3 times, and that's literally it. So let's teleport back. One kill will probably count as 2 or oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well, that's cool. I can kill this dude pretty quick. We'll go ahead and get our Bane sword out. And we'll go ahead and get our dragon shield as well. And we've got our venom blood, so the KBD can't poison us. So I should be able to just beat his ass. Pretty much permanently. So we'll put all this stuff away. And then we'll go ahead and get a couple of porters. Let's see. This one has 19 charges, so we'll put that in there. And then we'll take out 2 more. And then we need our grimoire. Because we want to put that in there. And then I guess actually we can go ahead and take out this other Varric thing. And destroy it. And augmenter. We don't have an augmenter. So we'll have to make one. Alright, so we can just destroy this, get all of its XP and stuff. Which is nice. 459,000 XP. 4x materials. No junk materials. Extra uncommon. And recovered any installed gizmos, which is nice. So let's see here. We got 24 base parts, 8 head parts, 12 smooth parts. Yeah, I have another one. Because I'm playing bronze now, I can just go buy one. So it's worth it to me to get the extra components and stuff. But we reached invention level 51. So we've got mining accumulator, woodcutting accumulator. Did you know you can get level 12 and use siphons to keep items? Yeah, I don't think I'm to the point where I can actually get to level 12 yet. I think my max level right now is level 10, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Maximum item level 10. So we don't get maximum level 15 until level 60. But even then, if I break the item apart, I still get more XP and stuff. But to siphon for the same XP, you need to get level 12. Level 12 is double XP than 20, or than 10. Yeah. I mean, because I get all the parts, and because I get the extra XP from destroying and stuff, I'll probably just keep destroying them. I think that's a pretty valuable way to go about it. So let's go to Edgeville. Right, but if I break down at level 12, then do I still get the same XP? Or do I get more XP? I get the same XP breaking down at level 10 and at level 12. Well, that's stupid. Then I guess I'll just be leveling things up to level 10 and continuing to break them down. Okay. Well, then I don't have to get any higher than that. And now I'm immune to this dude's poison. Yeah, I mean, if I can't easily replace the item, obviously I would just siphon it. But if I'm still going to be using, you know, Varric gear or Barrow's gear, just in general, I don't see any reason not to go ahead. Boom, you dead. It only counted as one. Holy crap. Prayer Mage helps as well. I don't know what Prayer Mage is. Man, then usually if you do bosses as your slayer, kill count counts higher. Prayer Mage on my head? You mean like it's a perk? Oh, you mean using the protection from magic prayer. Got it. Got it. Yeah, because I've got the shield and stuff, I don't have to worry about that. We should be able to sustain just off of rejuvenate and dismember healing and all that stuff. Because he can't poison me because of my venom blood. And I've got my dragon shield on. So we should be good to go. Dude should be real easy. Shouldn't be a problem at all. We're getting a little less healing. Actually, we're getting significantly less healing. Thanks to the changes in dismember and stuff, but yeah, I did. I sure did. I can now teleport. Oh my gosh, where's my ring of wealth? Why is my ring of wealth unequipped? But yeah, now I can charge up my ring of wealth and teleport to the Grand Exchange, which is hella nice. I must have like activated a preset that didn't have it or something like that. Thank you, Dean. Yeah, we've got some pretty good pet luck, just in general. This is actually the longest I've gone on killing a boss without getting the pet. And I've only killed him 169 times. So, I mean, it's bad for me, but on the grand scale of things, not really too bad. We're definitely losing quite a bit more HP than I did yesterday doing this, which makes me a little sad. I might not even be able to permanently sustain without some kind of food. That's crazy. Man, that fucking nerf. Oh my goodness. Why did they do that to me? Why did they do that to me? I mean, I could use the prayer, I could do a bunch of things to mitigate some more damage. All of those things have limits, though, because they're resources. So if I use the prayer, then eventually I run out of prayer. If I use an anti-fire potion, eventually I run out of potions. And so all of those things absolutely work, but they don't solve the ultimate problem, which is never having to leave the arena. Right, but that's also a limited resource. Eventually, you run out of super renewals. Necro makes it so you don't have to. How so? You could literally sit in there forever ever with Venom Blood. Yeah, so I mean, Necro has more passive healing, but I also don't want to play Necro, right? I want to play melee. So I did this 2 days ago after my stream. I came in here and I killed the King Black Dragon, and I was able to sustain personally or permanently with the exact same gear setup that I'm wearing now. So ultimately, I was just noticing exactly how effective the nerfs were, because I went from being able to sustain to now in 7 kills and 5 minutes, I've lost 4,000 HP. I did put the arena on the fastest spawn, yes. Which, if I didn't, then I would actually be able to sustain permanently, because the longer duration would run down the rejuvenate timer, and then I would get more rejuvenates per kill. But then I would be way slower killing the Black Dragon. It is nice to have such a stark representation of what the nerfs did to melee, though. It's cool to be able to see, like, oh, okay, this is what happened. What Slayer XP is he giving me? That's a good question. We're at 2589 right now. Now we're at 2438. So about 1050 XP. That's not terrible. I'll get another 46,000 here, which will put me over a level. It's not too bad at all. I actually thought it might have been more, but I'm not unhappy with that. Not totally, anyway. We've gotten 10 kills in now. That feels pretty good. It's only taken us 12 minutes. It's not bad at all. Won't be too long. We'll get another rejuvenate off. And then we'll maybe get another 4 or 5 kills before we have to return and heal up. I'm not thrilled about the fact that I'm going to have to go back to my base. We might even have to go back earlier. I might not make it all the way to another rejuvenate. I don't like that. So let's go ahead. Let's go back to base here. We're going to fill up our prayer, and we're going to bring some prayer potions. And we are going to go ahead and use our magic prayer. And that should be enough. Let's just fill that up. That should be enough to get us to where maybe we can just kill the last 44 of these without having to return home. Yeah. What are you gonna do now, you punk-ass dragon? I got a dragon shield and... yeah, he does some stuff that reduces my stats, which is fine. Doesn't really hurt me. It's only 1 or 2. Not too big of a deal. You know what I just realized? Is I'm not going to be able to pick up the dragon mode. Yo, what's up, Knight? What is up? Oh, I forgot to get my stupid ring again. Forgot to get my stupid ring again. I'm gonna end up not having that thing on all day. It's gonna be goddamn ridiculous. Fill your ore box. Ooh, you're right. There's a reason I brought that motherfucker. There it is. There it is. You're a fucking genius, mob. You've been tasked to slay the furious 3-headed Hellkeeper. Yeah, we just got black dragons. And so I figured I would just kill the King Black Dragon. Because why not, right? If I can. There ain't shit he can do about it. Go ahead and put that one down there. So I don't have to click. I can just press my buttons with my keyboard here. While I murder the shiznit out of this nerd. I really wish that those things just went in that ore box automatically, like they do with the herbs and the gems. That would really make me happy. So I don't have to click the button nearly as many times. Am I a lazy bum? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Is the porter even sending anything? Yeah, it's sending the black dragon hide to my bank. Which is not a terribly important resource. But if I am getting them and it's as simple as just throwing a porter in there, I might as well. I've got hundreds of porter charges, so we're good. I don't know if this prayer is doing as much good as I was hoping it was. We're pretty close to sustaining, but it's not reducing the damage I'm taking by nearly as much as I would like to. Yo, what up, Grizz? How are you today? How is your fine Monday morning? Getting hit by a lot of melee? If I do that, then I'll just take significantly more damage. So you're saying do more damage by using the two-hander and then just replace the shield with an anti-fire potion. How long do the anti-fire potions last? Yeah, because that only saved me like 1,000 HP. 6 minutes? That's definitely longer than the prayer potions are gonna last. And if we do it that way, then we actually get to put our flail back on, which means we're leveling up another... Oh, no, then I have to use prayer potions and anti-fire potions. Gross. I don't want to do that. Well, maybe we can just get away with the anti-fires if I do more damage. Let's go make an augmenter really quick. I'm pretty sure I can make regular anti-fires. Oh my god. I need so many parts. Tensile parts are made with bows. Enhancing components are made with jewelry. I have a lot of jewelry, so let's note this. And let's go to necklace. We'll take out my emeralds. And we'll go ahead and do some disassembly here. While we do that, we'll look in here to see about the anti-fire potions. I will need emeralds for more porters. But I also need them for this right here. I'm pretty sure at some point in my player's life, I've had an anti-fire potion. I'm checking to see if I can make it. If I can make it, then I've probably had one. And if I have had one, then I can just go buy them. Which is fine. But it's starting to look like maybe I can't make them. And if I can't make them, then I can't buy them. Because if I can't make them, then I've never had one. Yeah, anti-fire isn't until level 69. That means I can't buy them. Because I haven't ever had one before. Because them's the rules for the bronze man. Rolling down the street. I caught Jaws. That's a funny name. That is hilarious. Alright, after this set of 60, I think I should have everything I need for the augmenter, at least from these necklaces. I still need to get some tensile parts. I do have some bows, I think, already made. I'll have to look into taking those apart. And maybe making some additional bows. Alright, put those away. We go over here to bow. I've got unstrung bows. I thought I had more strung bows. But let's go ahead and take out these 14. And we'll take out that elder short bow, because I don't need it. And we'll go ahead and fucking break these bad boys down. Booyah. Lots of tensile parts. This might be all I need. Might not even need to make any more bows. Fan-fudgin-tastic. Let's go see here. Oh. No, looks like I still need some more tensile parts. And some more energies. Energy. So let's go ahead and take some of this stuff. Let's put some of these things away. And then we're going to go ahead and save this as number 1. And then I think, yep, we still have our bows saved from when we were making them the other day. Now we can make some more of these bows and get them disassembled here. Which feels good. I'm almost positive that I only need to do this the one time here. But we're going to do it a couple of extra times since we're here. And we're in the middle of it. We might as well. Wet ass crab. Interesting. We got a I caught Jaws and a wet ass crab. Did you know there's a Dragon Slayer perk in Invention, gives you 7% more damage? And also I think lower fire damage on you? Hey, what's up, Vega? I am live. How's it hanging? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. All right, I think that'll probably be good. Yeah, I did know that there was a Dragon Slayer perk. I didn't know what the exact numbers were, but I was aware of the perk. Dude, where's my ring? I hope I didn't, like, throw it on the ground. Okay, good. Whew. I threw it on the ground. Doing a slow but AFK grind at the gemstone crab boss. Hey, what's up, Vegatron? Yeah, I stream pretty much every day around this time. It's my favorite. I don't know. Dragon 1 and Demon. Oh, that's an OS RS thing? Okay. That makes sense. I forget which of y'all play OS RS and which of y'all play RuneScape 3. Always forget. I have 100 mil in my bank just laying around in RS3. You gotta invest that shit. Opportunity cost, dude. Go buy yourself a bunch of something and then just wait for the prices to go up. Honestly, with 100 mil, if you invested real smart, you might be able to get yourself a to get yourself some bonds and stuff so that you could just bond the account. If you invested and traded intelligently with that 100 mil. Might take you a little while to get to that point, but you could certainly try. Could be fun. Bonds are dropping. I think they're under. Oh, are they really? Damn. Damn. That's dope, though. That's great for me. I also kind of always figured that was going to happen because you just have less stuff to spend bonds on now. So there aren't nearly as many people buying them with in-game currency so that they can buy out-of-game stuff. OSRS and COD are the only mobile games I've spent money on. Oh, you play Call of Dragons? I'm playing Call of Dragons right now. Actually, I just started on World 900. I'm finally gonna stick with it this time. I've got 2 accounts that I play side by side. Call of Duty? I think he means Call of Dragons. Is Call of Duty on mobile? Call of Duty, not Call of Dragons? There's a mobile Call of Duty? Really? I didn't know that. Phones are so powerful nowadays. I mean, I haven't had a phone in almost a decade, so 2019. Okay. Yeah, that's a little ways after I stopped having a phone. Because fuck phones. And it's way. So not only do I not have a phone at all right now, but I was only using a flip phone for years before I switched to just not having a phone. So I haven't had a smartphone in a fucking long ass time. You were in college in 2019? Oh my god. Which abbreviation agency are you hiding from? I fucking hate phones, Knight. I can't stand it. I don't want people to call. I don't like unexpected things. And phone calls are unexpected things. It just annoys me. Especially unexpected things that are synchronous. So like, I'm a big fan of Discord. And I only talk to anybody in my family through Discord, but only through like text messages because it's asynchronous. So if they send me something, then I can be like, oh, cool. I can get to that whenever the fuck I feel like it. And I don't have to like have a conversation, interrupt whatever it is I'm doing. Like that stuff just annoys the crap out of me. I don't like people knocking on my door. I don't. Oh, it's so gross. I hate that shit. Yeah, I don't mind, Dean. I'm gonna be 40 this year. Gonna be 40 this year. I am an old son of a bitch. Oh, or were you talking to Slate? 34 in April. Nice. Just got the new S26 Ultra. Yeah, I think the last time I had a smartphone, the iPhone 8 had just come out. I think that was the last edition of smartphone that I had. And I got that right when I got back from deployment. Me too, Dean. Me too. All right, we can make ourselves an augmenter. And then we can come back in here and grab all this stuff. And then we need to actually go back and get our ring of wealth again. Nice. And then we can augment this bad boy. Boom. Okay. And then boom. Okay. Wait. What? Oh no. It pulled a random weapon gizmo and not the one I actually wanted. Well, that's sad. Need to figure out how to make more primal bolts. I would love to help you with that, Vega, but I don't know. I don't do a lot of ranged, but also I'm pretty new to the game. Gizmo dissolver. What do I need? A vial and clear parts? Okay, well, I'll go fuck myself then. Guess I'm just gonna keep this junk food. That sucks. Also, we're not gonna be using an anti-fire. So we need to get our prayer potions back. And we basically just did all the things that we just did for no reason. Because we don't have anti-fire potions. So it doesn't even matter. Oh, my mom's birthday is on April 20th. I'm gonna find it hard not using Grand Exchange. I am using the Grand Exchange. I'm just only not using it when I don't already have the thing. So instead of Iron Man, I'm playing Bronze Man. So I have to get an item on my own before I'm allowed to use the Grand Exchange to get it anymore. So I just have to get one copy of an item on my own to unlock being able to use the Grand Exchange to get it. Which I think is a really fun way to play because it forces me to have to like go out and experience and do everything for myself, but then it doesn't bog me down into um these unreasonable grinds. So I think it's quite a bit of fun. But yeah, let's go in here. Warning, you're about to create a new instance. You have 18 min. Okay. No, let's not create. Let's just rejoin. And let's go murder the shiznit out of this dude some more. Whoops. Wrong button. Scorpio. You're gonna die. Boom. Get wrecked. Boo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. So many random events happening while everyone is fighting the gemstone crab. What do you mean, random events? You hate OSRS? Well, that's a silly thing to hate. Kind of like mini games for players to get items. Oh, are you talking about where like you can go in a maze sometimes and some other stuff? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that. Some of the one chunk people use it for some stuff sometimes. I've watched some one chunking. I'm actually pretty excited for um, plugin support for RS3 for stuff like one chunk. It's gonna be dope. Let's put that on. Just seen a news saying Donald Trump says war going to be ended soon. The U.S. military way ahead of timeline. Dean, I appreciate that the war in Iran is a fairly important thing and fairly prominent in most of our minds. But it is not something that I really want to discuss on this channel. Primarily because if we talk about it, I'll go off on a crazy person rant and probably get deplatformed. And I don't really want that to happen. Because I have some very strong opinions about what's going on right now. Freedom of speech does apply online. Night Studios. Not when any random loser in a basement can determine what is applicable and what is relevant. I mean, that's not what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech is freedom from prosecution, right? Freedom from the government dictating what you can and can't say. But it doesn't give you freedom from other people's reaction to what you say. Problem is, whoever runs the content is quote unquote the government. Sure. And whoever owns the house is the government, right? If I went over to your house and started saying a bunch of stuff that you didn't agree with, would you be okay if I was allowed to just stay in your home, whether you wanted me to or not? No. This is effectively my house, right? This is my platform. I put up all the content here. I take, all of the responsibility for making this channel exist and doing all of that. And so I am also responsible for the safety and the entertainment and the enjoyment of all the people here. And so, absolutely, I get to be in charge of what can and can't be said here. Except places on the internet are people's property, right? If I make a website and I host that website, for example, right? If I made like a forum website, right? But I'm using myself as an example, right? It could be anybody who does this. But if you make a forum website and you're hosting it, there is something physical that you own that creates that digital space. Just because the space exists digitally doesn't mean that the person who's operating it or running it doesn't own it. I believe a bill needs to be passed to limit the power of these mods on the internet. That power is abused. Yeah, no, I totally disagree. Absolutely disagree. So then you don't think that I should be able to, like, put words on a ban list here? And that people should be able to come into this space and just say anything they want with no possibility of being removed or anything like that? Like, I should just have no control. People should come in here and be able to just spout vitriol at me, and there should be no recourse as to what I can do about that. Well, then who makes, you say within reason, but I think that, what I think is reasonable may not be what somebody else thinks is reasonable. So who makes that decision? So the government. So what you want is the opposite of freedom of speech. Because as soon as you let the government decide what can and can't be said, then you lose your First Amendment right. If they can dictate what is and isn't acceptable in a digital space, then they might as well be dictating what is and isn't acceptable in a public space. Right? So then we have, anti-cursing laws. And then you can't use curse words in public. I'm not. That's the natural evolution of that. The way things are right now, is significantly less invasive, because if the government gets involved, then it just doesn't just become, okay, you get banned from that space. It becomes a legal question, right? It becomes something you can be prosecuted for. As it stands now, there's no prosecution involved, right? If I kick somebody off of this channel, they don't then like go to court. There's no possibility of fine or legal ramifications, right? I just make them so that they can't be here. Violent harassment, threatening speech, terrorist speech, all illegal. Absolutely. But there's a reason that exists the way it is. And it's because for example, threatening speech, right, is not just me saying what I believe. It's not just me speaking about something in a, not hypothetical, but in a general sense, right? It's me singling out a person and or group and then describing to those people something that I am claiming I am going to do to them, right? And that is significantly different than voicing an opinion, because all the words that you use when you make a threat are perfectly legal. It's the way you're combining and directing those words that makes them illegal. So those laws do still exist on the internet, right? You still can't threaten people legally on the internet. All of that stuff still applies in exactly the same way. So what you want is for somebody not to be able to kick you out of their digital space unless you say something that is legally not allowed. Hey, thank you. And I think that's insane. Because the scope of the law is extremely limited. I mean, people could come in here and start dropping N-bombs and doing all kinds of crazy shit. Because none of that stuff is illegal. Right? They could come in here and talk absolute vitriol about races, genders, religions, all kinds of stuff. That's all protected speech. None of that is illegal unless they make a direct threat of action that they will or want to take. Then that's completely allowed. And telling anybody that they have no choice but to leave a space to avoid those things, and that they can't have control over their own digital spaces to avoid things like that, is crazy talk. Absolutely bonkers. I can tell you right now, if somebody comes in here and starts, I don't care if they're, how are you going to enforce a profanity filter? Right? That stuff is, that's not how the real world works. The real world works in the same way that the internet works. The person who owns the space that you're in dictates the rules. Even if you're in a typically publicly accessible place, like, for example, a Walmart that is open to the public, that is still a private location. And if you went in there and started just dropping N-words over and over and over again in a Walmart, they have every legal right to tell you you have to leave and that you can never return. And if you do return, it becomes a trespass. And then they can get you arrested for that. They don't have to have any reason at all to tell you you can't come back. So why is the internet different? Why can't I tell you you can't ever come back here? It is Walmart. I'm the one who owns this channel. I'm the one who's responsible for this space, even if the space is only digital. It belongs to me, and I am responsible for the people who inhabit it. My channel is just an example because it's where we are right now. But the same thing is true of Reddit forums. The same thing is true of YouTube channels. The same thing is true of any space owned and controlled by anybody. What are you talking about, data collection? How did we get to data collection? I think more than data collection, if you wanted to define the internet, it would more be data aggregation. And it's not really peer-to-peer. It's more like a communal repository of data that can be accessed, like a library, right? I wouldn't call a library a peer-to-peer information exchange. I would call it a repository of information accessible to the public. Did you ever get the Vindicta kills? I did not. I have not been back in there, mob. Because I'm just gonna push this Slayer thing. I'll probably take it up to 90 or 95 before I worry about doing anything else. Just because we pushed it up to the 60s, late 60s, pretty early on. And I think that was really positive for my early gameplay. But because I started doing a lot more bossing and I pushed a lot of combat levels by bossing, my Slayer level just kind of fell behind. And now it's kind of just been in the way. But yeah, we'll be getting our defenses up. We'll be getting our strength up. We might switch over depending on how high these get to maybe doing some magic or some range while we do Slayer. You know, we're leveling up our invention while we do Slayer because we've got all of our gear leveling up and we're just dismantling and replacing. So it just seems like the most effective use of our time right now for a lot of things that are going to help us move forward in our PvM. And if we don't get it out of the way right now, it's just going to become a bigger and bigger headache over time. So we're just going to put in some of that work and get it out of my way. Why the big difference in strength and attack? Did you turn off XP? I did. While they were doing in January, they were doing the inverted capes. And I wanted to try and get the inverted attack cape because I wanted a flat yellow cape. I didn't quite make it because I got lazy and didn't push as hard as I should because I was getting bored killing the flesh hatcher. But I wanted to get an untrimmed inverted cape that was just all yellow because there's no way that I'm not going to get a second 99 by the end of the year. So I never am going to have an opportunity to get another inverted, untrimmed cape. Which kind of makes me sad, but whatever. Yeah, honestly, I don't really know. I don't guess I really have a preference. It probably will be defense, unless I intentionally hinder defense's growth. Because I am much more focused on combat, at least right now, than anything else. Arch is pretty chill. I don't, so doing a lot of those activities on stream doesn't really do a lot for the stream because they're extremely grindy and they're extremely boring. And so viewership has a tendency to fall pretty hard during those times. That might also be because I get significantly less entertaining. I get a little sleepy when we start doing stuff like that. So, and I don't really play, at least I'm not playing right now, outside of this stream. So, mostly we're going to be working on combat stuff for a little while. Maybe I'll get to a point where I want to do some grinding off stream, or where I'm really excited to do some grinding, and so we do it on stream. But a lot of those things are pretty AFK. And the whole vibe of the stream gets really, really, um, really sleepy, I guess, when we do that stuff. And maybe that's on me. Maybe I just need to perk the fuck up. Find something interesting to talk about. I don't know. Streaming RuneScape is honestly really difficult because it isn't a super active thing. And because you are doing the same thing a lot, it's a really grindy game. So whereas in a lot of other games, it's fairly simple to just describe what you're doing as you stream to keep up this like stream of consciousness. In RuneScape, that's significantly more difficult because what I'm doing right now is the same thing I was doing 45 minutes ago. And it's the same reasons. And I could continue to do this same thing for 3 more hours. And so there's just no more stream of consciousness to put out there about why we're killing the Black Dragon. And so, well, that's just not true of streaming other games. Because you're just kind of constantly moving around and doing other things. And so it's interesting. Yeah, I imagine super high PVM, every time you do the boss. And I think I actually noticed this when we were doing Jad the other day, was even when we were just going through and beating his little minions and stuff, that was quite a bit more active. And because it was a longer duration activity, right? It was happening over the course of 45 minutes. Repeating some of those decision-making processes wasn't necessarily so bad because you get new viewers in all the time. And so, you don't want to be repeating yourself every 5 minutes, but maybe repeating yourself every hour isn't the worst thing because you've gotten some new people in who maybe don't have the context of the entire stream. And so those activities play pretty well. I guess my old has no place here. What? Four dragon hatchets back to back. Are you over there killing the Dagonoth Kings? Yeah, there's been a bunch of people killing Dagonoth Kings recently. A whole bunch of people in the chat have been on that grind. Just getting it. One of these days, I'll be able to murder the Dagonoth Kings real good. And that'll make me very happy. I'm actually probably in a place right now. Sand Legion PK. Welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. New combat feels phenomenal. Honestly, I was really frustrated with it for about the first hour and a half that I was using it. And I've only really played melee with it. I don't typically use the other combat skills as much. So I'm pretty focused on the melee. But it feels real good. I'm really enjoying it. They did hit us with a little melee nerf today. They took away some of our healing from our chain attack here. And they took away some of our DPS pretty much all the way around. But it still feels really good. It still feels really strong. Do you normally play OSRS, Sand Legion? One hour more than I'm off to sleep. Dude, your voice is crazy. I thought you had a sound playing on the background for a second. Oh, you play RS3? Okay. Thanks for the compliment about the voice. I appreciate that. Sounds like Apocast. Is that another content creator? A podcast? Oh, sounds like a podcast. Got it. Got it. Shit, I probably should have been able to figure that out. Holy crap. That is funny. Oh, man. So goofy. Play RS3 on and off. Haven't played in a while. Just saw the updated. May want to check it out. Yeah, no, now is a good time. So we're getting Haven Height, the first part of Haven Height, at the end of this month, is the expectation. So definitely a good time. I think a lot of people are thinking that they might come back at the end of this year, because that's after things are going to have changed. Haven Height is the new zone. We're getting a whole new zone. With the launch of the new zone, we should be getting 2 new mid-game bosses. Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we should be getting 2 new mid-game bosses. And then later in the year, when we get the rest of Haven Height, we're getting another endgame boss. But Haven Height, if I'm not mistaken, Well, we'll go look at it here in a second. But I'm pretty sure it's to the east of Mauritania. Back to work tomorrow night, my next 5 days from the 26th. I don't know if I'm going to get these 5 kills without going home. I don't think I am. Pretty sure if I try and fight this dude again, I'll die. Womp womp. Let's get healed up, and then we'll go murder this dude. Bossing is significantly easier now. We saved almost immediately about 20 or 30 seconds off of our flesh hatcher kill times. And then I went in with a full Bane set and meleeed the entire Jad fight, start to finish, in under 45 minutes. Which was significantly faster than I was doing with the other. So they took out a lot of the auras. Like right now, the only one I really have access to is Vampirism. Yeah, I think bossing in this game is some of the most fun. So I think, Sand Legion, I think that a lot of the really early game bossing suffered a lot up until really recently, because the super early game bosses are all fairly basic and boring. You know, the King Black Dragon isn't really that fun. The Mole is kind of obnoxious. But now that we have things like the Arc Glacier and Flesh Hatcher Melkanaz, I personally really enjoyed the Barrows brothers, but I understand that some people don't want to deal with all that moving around crap. But especially the Arc Glacier and the Flesh Hatcher are just such good mid-game bosses, or even early game bosses, that I think getting into PVM with those is probably the best way to go about it. Because they're hella fun. I mean, hella fun. And they really show what can be done with the system. The system that RuneScape runs on. Right, because this game, because of its tick system, is fairly slow paced. And so you would think that there was a pretty drastic upward limit of like complexity and stuff. Another thing that pushed me away from the game was the way everything skyrocketed too expensive to gear up. I didn't really experience that, so I only have been playing the game for about 4 months. And I never played before about 4 months ago. So I'm not really familiar with that, but yeah, no, I've been hella busy. I've got 30-something days worth of gameplay time in the past 120 days or so. It's been pretty crazy. I'm a little bit obsessive about my video games. And when I start playing a video game, I'll play it for like 100 hours a week. I forgot about my ore box. Whoops. All those bones that I could have been picking up and spending on my prayer. I did just realize that I have like 1,800 dragon bones in my storage. I was looking earlier. I don't know where those 1,800 dragon bones came from. Anyone got lots of free tin and copper ore or bronze bars? I don't think I do, Dean. Once I kill this black dragon, though, I'll go look for you. Because I definitely don't really use them. So... I think I'm actually pretty safe. I gotta go use the restroom. So I'm just gonna let this dude kill... Oh. No, I gotta click the button. Because I have cautious. Okay. Well, once I click this button... Ooh. Dragon helmet. Dope. Dude, I can't believe I haven't gotten a single collection item from the King Black Dragon. We killed him 55 times. I got one more dragon head. I have 4 fucking dragon heads. And nothing else. But I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh no, I was so close. I almost got to hit the button. Whoopsie. Alack and alas. Alright. Let's go over to 4, 4, and 3 here. And let's see if I've got any bronze bars or any ore. Maybe we can give to Dean. Well, it looks like I only have 34 bronze bars. What's my goal? The extinction of all of the enemies? More than a goal for progress, I mostly have a goal for gameplay. And that is to try and kill as many things as possible, clicking as few buttons as possible. I'm really focused on trying to get my character to a point where he can sustain kill as much stuff as possible without any intervention from me and without having to utilize, resources like prayer potions and stuff like that that are finite and eventually force you to return back to the base. So I just really like to work on getting my character to that point, sort of at every stage. No. I fucking hate questing. So I like the quests in this game. I think they're cool. Um, I think they have fun little mechanics sometimes. I think, one of the first quests, I don't know if he's lurking or not, but there's a viewer who's been with me since I first started RuneScape named William. And like the third day that I started questing, or that I started playing, William tricked me into going and doing the haunted house quest down here, where you go into this fucking building here or whatever, and or maybe it's right here. So I didn't have any idea what I was doing. I had done like no quests, and that quest is actually really cool. Um, that's the one with the blob monster that like chases you around the mansion. I think it's called Haunted Mansion, and you get the doctor ring from it. But it's a really long quest, and it's really cool, and it's got all these puzzles and all this cool shit in it, and I loved it. It was so much fun, and doing that quest gave me um a really skewed perspective of quests in this game. And I was like, oh yeah, quests are the best thing ever. I just want to quest all the time. And then I started getting into some of the more basic standard quests. And it just kind of became annoying. So I love the puzzles. I love, some of the mechanical stuff that they do with quests in this game. But something I really don't like was how difficult it is to follow the path of the quest sometimes. It feels like information is obscured just for the sake of making things more of a pain in the ass. And I don't like that. Right. I'm fine with having to like put my thinking cap on to beat a puzzle. But I don't want to have to think that hard just so I can get to the next section of the quest. Yeah, I didn't do Plague's End. I've done some of the plague quests though, and they're a little bit annoying. But yeah, I've just started using the wiki, and I just kind of read along and then just go do the thing because it's annoying. I can't stand it. It's not fun. Not fun at all. It does make me hopeful though. So, like for example, we're getting Haven Heith, and that's going to be my first experience to play quests that nobody's done before. And I think that's going to be really exciting. And I'm really, really looking forward to that, especially because it's going to be newer quests. So hopefully, mechanically and narratively and with your ability to follow and stuff, they should be in a more modern state. And so I imagine they'll be quite a bit of fun. So I am definitely looking forward to that. And the new bosses. I can't wait to fucking kill the new bosses. It's going to be so great. But let's get another Slayer quest here. What do you got for me, buddy boy? I need another assignment. Excellent. You're doing great. Kill 107 Aviances. Wait, he didn't give me an option that time. Why didn't he give me an option? I am upset. Is it possible for us to live in a modern world without the internet, in your opinion? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not only do I think it would be impossible to live without the internet. Um, oh, I could boss with the Aviancy task. Not only, well, so it's not even a getting used to it thing. It's just that as soon as we have a superior form of information availability, right? We went from town criers to, um, written, like handwritten books and stuff. And then we got the printing press. And then we got computer or typewriters. And then we got computers. And now we have the internet. And every time you advance society's ability to share information, you create a new, like, minimum threshold for society. And so not only do I think that the internet is extremely important, but I think that it is um, a necessity, like, running water and shelter and, electricity, and those things are all fairly necessary in the modern world. I think the internet is the same because having access to the internet, having access to running clean water, having access to electricity elevates our capability at all times. So it elevates our ability to, engage in our hobbies. It elevates all of that stuff to a higher level. And so, yeah, I think it's absolutely a necessity. 100%. We should be taking strides to ensure that every person always has access to the internet. 100%. Um, what was I going to do? Right. Need to kill stupid bird monsters. Nope. Nope. There we go. Internet speed is 1 gigabit. I think I'm a little under that. There aren't enough people in my house to warrant 1 gigabit, but um, let's see. Wish I could live to see what replaces it. I'm with you on that, Knight. Didn't let you choose a task, I think, because you were out of Slayer tickets. Yeah, that's what somebody else was saying too there, Mob. I forgot that when I picked the Black Dragon one, I used a VIP ticket. And I didn't realize that that had kind of made me run out. Let's see. I need this. I think I just need this and food. And then we'll go kill what's her nuts. Oh, no, that's right. I already tried to do this. It didn't really work very well. So I need... Let's get the nope, not Ceradomin. Let's get my Zamorak gear. Let's equip all that. Let's actually do the attack cape. We'll just use 5 of the 6 pieces. And then we'll bring that. And then we'll bring our Bane weapon. Oh, I love fishing. Fishing is so much fun. Whoops. I fucked up. We'll go ahead and deposit that and that. And we'll bring our Bane longsword and our defender. And then we'll go ahead and we will kill our 40 enemies with our ranged stuff because we have to. And then we'll go kill Kriara. So I normally fish. I don't know what level you're at in fishing, Sand Legion. But there's a spot right down here where there's a bank deposit literally right next to the fishing spot. So you need to get to level 52 so you can fish these desert souls. And you have to have access to Menaphos. So there's some quests that you have to have done. But this is such a good spot for that mid-game fishing. I've really enjoyed fishing down there. You're around level 60? Oh, that's perfect then. That's perfect. And then once you hit 63, I believe it's 63. Maybe it's 68. It is 68. Once you hit 68, you can get access to the Fisher Guild. And you can go do like deep sea fishing and stuff. Jack of Spades, I believe, is the quest that gives you access. There should be like a whole quest line leading up to it. But it's all of those like Aladdin style. Let's see. Quest overview. Yeah, so to do that one, you have to do Diamond in the Rough. So you have to complete Diamond in the Rough and start Jack of Spades in order to get to Menaphos, I believe. So Stolen Hearts, Diamond in the Rough. Yeah. Stolen Hearts, Diamond in the Rough, Jack of Spades. Those are actually pretty good quests. They're fully voice acted. And it's got this like Arabian Nights, Aladdin kind of a vibe to it. They're pretty fun. And Menaphos is a cool city because Menaphos has a fun mechanic where you can like earn reputation in the different areas of the city and unlock like different perks and stuff down here. So this city can be pretty valuable to you. It's not necessarily the most valuable thing in the modern parts of the game, because I think this is a pretty old city, but it's cool. For some reason, I've never been there or don't remember. Yeah, I mean, if you have Jack of Spades done, you have been here, because the Jack of Spades quest takes place in the city. But it's possible you just haven't done a lot of stuff there. But it's cool. But let's go do this Kriara thing. Is this the only Aviancy that I can do as a boss? Right? Kriara counts. That'll be a good spot all the way up until about level 68. I think you could still get some value after level 68. But once you get to level 68 fishing, you'll get the ability to get these green blubber jellies. And those are really good because they're 3 eats, but they don't use up any adrenaline when you eat them. So they're pretty good. Yeah, so this is one of the God Wars Dungeon 1 bosses. And I'm pretty sure she counts as an Aviancy. But I don't know if there's any other bosses that do. If anybody knows. If there's maybe another boss that's easier for me to get to. I know if you go to the dungeon, there's a lot of them. Yeah. No? Okay. Well, we'll go do as much Kriara as we can. First I need to go... Well, I guess I'm in an okay spot here. Let's just try and get some of these duders killed. I'm gonna end up eating a lot of food. Just killing these Aviancies. Really? I guess I can turn this on though. Please kill the werewolf. Get all that money. Ooh, super defense potion. Thank you. Money, 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 money. Money. Don't be running out there too far. You're gonna get aggroed by more shit. And then I'm gonna die. Why is my character always trying to die? I do not understand. Some bowstrings. All these birdie dudes making all these birdie noises is too much for me. Let's take our sound effects down a little bit. Super strength potion, nice. Couldn't throw that on too. I mean, if they're gonna give me that stuff, nice, free shark. What's up? Boom, shakalaka. Boom, shakalaka. Now that we've murdered some nerds, things should be a little calmer. I should be getting hit by fewer enemies overall at a time. If I was a little faster with the killing, then we could really clean this place up and make it a little safer. I am gonna eat probably like half of my food. Just trying to get through here. Oh my gosh, look at where I aggroed that person from. That sucks. Yeah, we're in a pretty bad spot. My ranged just isn't as good as my melee. But we are seeing here our defender is doing a lot to reduce the damage that we're taking. Because we've got our tainted repriser here. And then we're wearing our Zamorak gear, which is also giving us that effect. I actually do think I need some of these anti-poisons for this boss. Maybe not though, I'm not sure. But so we've got our Zamorak gear giving us a 5% chance to reduce damage that we take. And then we've got our Repriser giving us a 6.6% chance to reduce the damage that we take. So those are pretty nice. And that is going to be like a whole build for me at some point. I'm going to go out of my way to get as much damage reduction percentage as I possibly can and just stack it up and then run around with all three of my different gear sets or weapon types and just kind of transfer around my weapons. Let's make sure, okay, that still works. Wanted to make sure that I could change my weapons when I wanted to. Let's not go back out there. Let's stay in here. If we stay in the corner a little, less things will beat our ass. Why are we not attacking anything? Please just do anything. That'd be great. Thanks. Just kill anybody. Oh, I'm out of arrows because I'm a dumb piece of crap. Got it. Well, that's unfortunate. Whoopsie. Let's put all this stuff back because it'll get replaced out there for free. We'll put these foods back in here. And then honestly, I think I'm going to go to a different spot and see if maybe I can go to the exit. Which is over here. Oh, let me go. How do I get the hell out of here? That stupid mage asshole. Yeah, so we'll go over here. We'll come across this little area. And then there are still some flying dudes over here. Might be easier just to get my 40 here. Where there's less chance of me getting the crap kicked out of me. And then I can just go run back over there. This was always probably the path I should have taken, but if I had been able to just stay in that area, it would have been a little faster. Looks like we've got some other enemies here. Let's see about this spiritual mage. Can I kill that? Nope, need a higher Slayer level. That sucks. Okay, well let's go back across the chasm. I have a really hard time killing the enemies for this boss specifically. Oh. Maybe this will be... So there's a mage right here. If that mage attacks me, then I'm in a bad spot. Because I can't kill that mage. I don't think. I guess I could try. I have gained quite a few Slayer levels. Nope. That's just so annoying. Hopefully, this... Oh no, this mage is still trying to beat my ass. Okay. Let's go back. Let me out. I don't want to be here anymore. We're having a bad day. Can that mage hit me from there? No. Okay, we're gonna be okay. I'm okay. Now we'll just kill these nerds. No, don't go walking out there, because then the mage attacks you. This is why I need Slayer levels. Oh wait, I can kill this dude. Well, why was it telling me that I couldn't kill this dude a minute ago? I don't understand. Ooh, Saradomin cape. Nice. That means that when I finally get my agility up, so that I can actually go over into the Saradomin area, I'll have a piece of the cape, or a piece of the set, so I don't just get attacked all willy-nilly. Which makes me pretty happy. Let's see. Let's kill you. Nope, we don't want to go over there. God damn, sometimes controlling this character is so hard. And I'm so stupid. Why are you running away? Okay, that's fine. You go run away. We'll go turn that back on. Please return fire. Zamorak's Blessing reduces the damage of the attack. Oh, what do I need a higher... Is it the priest? Because I could have sworn I just killed one of these. Nope, not the priest. Is it the ranger? I have no idea what's going on. That's fine. Wait a minute, I have not played Runescape in a long time, and now I'm mining. Why is mining weird? Mining is awesome. Mining was gonna be my first level 99 when I first started playing. Okay, let's try going into this corner. This mage is ruining my life. Is it possible to just get away from it? Can I like go down over here? And then will it like de-aggro me? And then can I like come back up over here? And then maybe not have to deal with it? Nope, it's still there. And I still can't kill it. This is so frustrating. I guess I should be in magic gear. No, please don't turn around, you jackass. Oh, you mean you're playing the game? I mean, RuneScape is one of the best games, I think, for that style of play, where, you know, you play for a while, and then when the game's not fun for you anymore, you just fuck off. And then whenever it seems like the game might be fun for you again, then you come back and you play some more. Can't use Runebox as a free-to-play? What is Runebox? No. Oh my god. Oh, that mage dude isn't killing me. That feels phenomenal. Oh, now he's gonna come kill me. So it's a box you can fill up with ores to mine for a long period. Oh yeah, you can use the ore boxes. It's possible that maybe rune can't be used. It's not letting me. It says I need to be on a member world. Yeah, what Sand Legion is saying is what I was expecting. Is that it would let you, don't do it. Don't you fucking do it. Dude, this thing is pissing me off. Its click box is way too big. Like, I'm just trying to do things. Please stop. Oh, yeah, you have an elder box? Yeah. Yeah, if you have some... You can have multiple boxes. So, you could just go make a rune one. And you should be good to go. I don't think I'm going to end up being able to actually kill this boss at all. It's going to take so many of my resources just to kill these 40 enemies that I'm going to be like, done. Stop running out there. Oh, I hate the way these enemies bob up and down. Their hitbox or their click box should just be static so that I can hover it. And then if they bob up or something like that, where they stop being targetable, Hey, Jamming Jay, what's up, dude? Been a while. Yeah, I was playing that was like a year ago. I was playing Small Tribes. Yeah, we played, honestly, a bunch of games since then. But we've been playing RuneScape mostly for the past 4 or so months. We took a little break. I took a couple of weeks off. And then we took about a week to play the new Romestead demo. But other than that, we've been playing this game for about 4 months now. How you been? Ended up calling it early December. Oh, you mean on Arc? Oh, damn. Good for you. Yeah, as much as I would like for Arc to be a good game, it's just not. Unfortunately. But maybe when they come out with Arc 2, I'll at least give it the old college try. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Too much investment and too much potential for loss. Please don't make me run back out there. I hate you. I am much happier now that I've moved into RuneScape and stopped playing some of the really competitive, like, PvP games. This is much more fun for me. Yeah, Where Winds Meet looks like it's a pretty solid game. Definitely, definitely. Not really my cup of tea because it's mostly solo, it seems like. But I like to be able to like see other people running around in the world. But I have heard some positive reviews. Let's grab a couple of these just in case. I wonder if I can augment these. Anybody know? Am I able to augment the War Priest here? Because that would be dope. No. Bullshit. Was online mode, guilds and stuff, but the main campaign is solo. Yeah, I knew it had like an online mode, but it's still like instanced and stuff, isn't it? It's like you join a party and then you can like see your party. Or is it full open world, everybody's running around? Because I don't mind the campaign being a solo instance. But when I'm just like out fucking around, I like to be able to see other people. Full open world, everyone's running around. Oh, okay, cool. Maybe it is my kind of game then. Might have to give it a peek. Of course, if I tried to play that game on my computer, it would probably explode. I don't have NVIDIA GeForce Now anymore. So I'm playing just on my local machine. And it is limited. Yeah, I heard that they just got a new update recently. I knew the game wasn't all the way done. But apparently the new update was kind of a big deal. At least that's what it seems like from Force Gaming's video. That's cool though. It's good to see some new quality games coming out. Alright, we've got our 40 here. So let's switch our gear here. And let's go do this thing. Has a billion things to do and everything is a mini game. That honestly kind of sounds like RuneScape. Billion things to do and everything is a mini game. Let me in the big door. Alright, we don't really have very many resources here. But we're gonna go into this public instance and see if we can't kill this boss. Come here, you little fucker. Oh, I can't melee it at all. Okay. Well, I guess we go back. Why is it just Kriara? Where's her little helper dudes? Damn, I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh, there's her little helper dudes. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to kill her. I probably need to have one of my things on. Let's put on my magic one. Maybe that'll help. I don't think it's gonna though. Pretty sure I'm just fucked. Ooh, there we go. Rejuvenate. Maybe we'll get the kill. We're gonna push it. Gonna push it right up to the limit and at least try and get one kill. You can only range Kree. Yeah, that's what I'm learning there. Scrobag. Also, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Come on, 3K. Come on. Yeah. Not even gonna see what she drops. $222 hit points left. I am the greatest. Okay, so let's be smarter about this then. If I can only use ranged gear, then the gear that I need to be using is magic. because that's what everything over there seems to be weak to. Probably wind magic, right? Surely. So let's hit some rune action. We'll bring a bunch of wind magic. We'll rock some more of these bad boys. And then we need our lunar boots and gloves. Nice. Okay. All that should be fine. That was hella close. But you know, when you're a bad motherfucker like me, close calls like that don't really matter. Because I'm bad. I'm bad. Let's go ahead and turn on our auto attack. And then let's actually take away. We're going to move these down here. I don't want to be AoEing because I don't want to grab too much aggro. Man. Let's see. I probably want to bring Sonic Wave in, right? Because Sonic Wave doesn't have a skill that gets in the way of it anymore, right? And then we're gonna want we need our nope. We need our necro runes so we can use our shield. So we're gonna put away some desert souls. And then we're gonna plop those bad boys there. And now we can use that stuff. And I think this will be okay. Make sure you're on the correct spell box. Oh, you're right. I'm not on the right spell book. Holy shit, mob. Saving the day. Damn. Oh, that was gonna make me so mad. I was gonna be so angry. You just saved me a lot of heartache there, brother. Alright. I did select the magic spell. Now cast my magic. No, I don't have kill count anymore. Honestly, I'm gonna get to kill count, and then I'm only gonna have 3 more kills to go. I did pick the air spell. Holy crap. So annoying. There's something in this game where it makes you not need 40 kills anymore. Yeah, so that's the Wars, hang on, I'll go find it. The War's Blessings. So I have War's Blessing number 1, and I have quite a few, combat scores. But I still need 88 more. So I need to get more of these tasks done, these achievements. And then I'll be able to get War's Blessing 2. And once you have War's Blessing 2, then you don't need the kill count anymore. Also a totem in Anachronia. I was not aware of that. Totem of Intimidation. Interesting. Is that easier or harder to get than War's Blessing? How do you check the War's Blessing? It's under your achievements. If you come down here to the Combat Mastery achievements, you can check. You've got all your easy achievements here. You've got mediums, which give you +2. So these ones are worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you've got all these different achievements. These are your blessings up here. These break marks are where you have to get each blessing. And then you can go in and you can like see what the individual objectives are, achievements. And then you can also come over here and look at achievements per boss. So I could just click the King Black Dragon, and then I can show locked, I could show completed, I can look at those. So I've got most of the King Black Dragon ones done, except I need to kill the King Black Dragon while wearing Black Dragon Hide in 6 equipment slots. So I haven't done that yet. But you can check all of those and take a look. Really fun to go after those achievements. Another thing to do, in addition to going for the logs and sort of parallel to going for the logs. So it just gives you some more little things that you're getting as you kill the boss over and over. And it feels pretty good, if I'm being honest. Let's go like deeper in here. There we go. This is actually, I think, a good spot. We might even go ahead and put these skills back in here. Whoops, that was an accident. Because I'm fighting some enemies that are so close here, I might go ahead and just AoE, because I don't think it's going to cause me too much problem. Depends on your skill level. Totem pretty easy, 3 pieces to get. 1 you have to find in a rubble spot. Piece is always there. 2nd piece from helping Lanica mini quest. And 3rd piece from a Slayer drop. Don't have to be on the task. Okay, so I do have to have a high enough Slayer level to kill whatever those enemies are, though. So I'll have to look into that. That is some good information there, mob man. Thank you. I will be looking into that. Because I don't mind the kill count, but it's starting to get on my nerves. I'd like to be able to skip it. Especially because we're about to start doing God Wars Dungeon 2. And then I'm going to have to deal with the kill count in God Wars Dungeon 2. So I'd like to be done with the kill count here. I think I made a mistake by coming over into this corner. I think I've aggroed too many enemies. God Wars Dungeon 2, if you teleport out, it stays... Oh, that's right. It lasts for an hour, doesn't it? That's right. Still, you only get an hour, which is... bleh. It lasts forever? I thought somebody told me it only lasted for an hour. Well, that's crazy. I was not aware of that. The kill count you need 40 to end a boss. That 40 kills stays there. Yeah. Yeah, it's 100 at God Wars Dungeon 2 though, right? You have to get 100 kills. But if that 100 stays there forever, that's awesome. Is it 40? I could have sworn it was 100. I think I'm taking crazy pills. Oh, okay, so you have to spend 40 to go into the boss chamber. But you can store up a bunch, and they don't disappear. Okay, that makes sense. I understand now. Dude, I'm getting my ass kicked over here. This is ridiculous. I definitely should have never come over into this corner and turned on my AoE shit. That was a bad move, and I am regretting it. I think we might have enough food to get us all the way through the 10 Aviances. I probably won't go back into the boss room. I'll probably just kill the extra 3 Aviances. Because there's only 3, and that's fine. Just got my rep maxed with Vindicta. No need to KC. Nice, good job. Very well done. Who that is? The Grizz. Okay, well if Grizz is here, then I will go in and kill the boss a couple of times. If I'm gonna have some help, then why not? Alright, just need to kill one more of these dudes. Alright, let's get in there. It's only 2 of them, so I'm just gonna go in the public one. Because there's no point in wasting all that currency on the private. But I'm gonna let you go first, so it attacks you. Trade. Ooh, Sharkies. Thank you. Woohoo! Let's put up that right there. Yeah, she did. Oh, that didn't count. None of that counted. Well, that's weird. Oh, no. That's okay. I'll pick, like, one of the little side duders. And I'll just kill some side duders. Or maybe if we were, like, in a party. How do I make a party? It won't matter. Okay. Well, poop. That's not any fun at all. Why does this game make it so hard to work together? Grizz invited me to a party. Accepto. Alright, I'll kill this one right here. Oh, no I won't. Well that sucks. Hey, defeat Kriara 5 times. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just go kill a couple of these out here. Unfortunately, the game does not want me to be able to party up and do stuff with other people. Oh, you're all good, dude. I appreciate that you wanted to come help. Yeah, he's stronger than I am. It's very unlikely that I'm gonna do more of the damage. Near. Night Mob, thanks for coming and hanging out. And thank you for saving me from my own stupidity earlier with that switch over the spells. So good. Alright, duder. Kill that big bird. Dude, I'm getting my ass. Oh, I forgot to put on my thing. Whoops. I'm so good at this game. Oh my god. The minute I'm not using melee, my ability to think just falls apart for no reason. Dude, this boss is hard. I'm probably supposed to, like, dodge. I'm not gonna do that. I don't know who this game thinks I am, but I'm not a dodger. Alright, that was enough. So now we can bail the hell out of here. Go back to the gear that I actually like wearing. Give me that good bag. Nope. Oh, am I taking some sort of poison or something? There it is. Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead and take that out. What is that? We'll put those back. We'll put that back. Good to go. Let's get a new Slayer task. Spellbook. Duradel. Duradel? I need an assignment. Kill 52 black dragons. Heyo. Man, this game's giving me all the kill boss assignments. This is great. We've got all of our stuff there. We need some prayer potions. Actually, probably if we just bring some food. Maybe that'll work better. Just bring all these sharks. Maybe. And let's go kill the King Black Dragon again. Because it's hella fun. We'll set up a private encounter here. Start it up. Oh, I need more porters. Whoops. I'm going to... Oh, you know what? Did they get rid of all the portable... like tanning stations and stuff? As part of the MTX removal? Because if they did, I bet the cost of dragon hides is probably going up. Or like the leather. The tanned hides is probably going up significantly. Yes, but if you have some, people can still use them for a while. Okay. Yeah. So once those go away, the distance that you have to travel to tan hides is going to increase significantly. So there's probably some value there in buying some hides. We might go make a play for that. Let's go look. While I'm killing this dude, let's take a peek here. There are places closer to bank you can do hides. Right, but they're not right on top of the bank. There's still any walking around at all. The closest place I was able to find was the crafting guild. Has a bank fairly close. But even then, you know, you're talking about 10 or 20 times as long. The portables give you extra hides as well, lots of them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so those are going to be drastically increasing in price. For sure. For sure. It's probably already happening. Nope. Looks like the prices are pretty stable. At least as far as what the wiki says. No, I guess they have been. Yeah, they bottomed out in the end of December. And then they kind of raised back up recently. But they've started to go back down again. Yeah, I might make a big play here. I might just buy a shitload of dragon leather. And then hang on to it. And then maybe in like a year, resell it. See if I can make a nice profit. That sounds like fun, if I'm being honest. Gotta bury all my bones. Bury my shell at Wounded Knee. I gotta admit, I kinda like killing this dude. Makes me pretty happy. I wonder if... So... I wonder if the fact that the hides are going to become easier, or the easier part of the equation. So if the leather increases in price, I wonder if the hides will also increase in price. Or will perhaps the opposite happen, right? Maybe the leather stays kind of around the same price, and then the cost of the hides drops significantly. I don't think that's what'll happen, but it's possible. But the cost of the leather is going to skyrocket because of that change. The dragonhide bodies and shield have a high alch price. Interesting. Is that why the hides are purchased? Is for making the shields and stuff, and then high alching them? To like level up crafting. Because if that's the case, then it might not be a good idea to buy a bunch of them. Because they might already be kind of topped out on their value. Who knows? Not me. Looking like a badass over here. Whoops. I did not mean to eat another food. I meant to pick up all my stuff. That was an accident. And a pretty big one. Sad day. In cash, I have 33.7 billion. Took you 6 years. 33.7 billion is a shitload. Holy crap. Especially with the price of bonds dropping as hard as it is. I mean, that's years worth of premium. Or worth of subscription. For free. Never spend another dollar on this game. Most of my weapons have crashed in price, but I've had them long time. Yeah, that's crazy. Good for you. Yeah, I mean, the individual prices of a lot of things seem to be going down. But that's fine because all of them are going down. And that's because the value of the bonds is going down. And so as the value of the bonds go down, the value of gold goes down. The purchasing price of that gold still stays fairly close to the same. So it does seem like some of the early and mid-game stuff has actually gone up in price, though. And I think that's because more people are coming back to the game in that sort of mid-tier. Including untradeable, I have a total wealth of 47 billion. Oh my god. You rich as hell. You rich as hell. I don't even have a 1 billion gold valuation yet. We have 363, and then with untradeable, 592. Damn poor compared to a lot of people. Some people have like 5+ party hats. Oh, yeah. For sure. For sure. That's fine, though. Let those nerds have their party hats. They're a bunch of fackin' nerds anyway. One of these days, I'll get a party hat. 987 billion. Ooh. That's a lot of cash. That actually kind of sounds like fun. I want to be that rich. One of these days. One of these days, I'll get there. I'll get to where I can kill a mascot at 2000 rage. I'll just go farm that shit for like a year straight. Full Revo bar farm. Don't even have to press any buttons. Just you watch. You should buy a golden party hat, as even though there are lots in the game, no more is ever coming back into the game. Yeah, at some point, I will be putting some work into building up some of that cool stuff. I'm not really there right now. Uh, I think my currency is better spent on, upgrading my character and stuff like that. But 155 million? Yeah, I don't even have that. I only got 64. And that's because somebody gave me 50 yesterday. If somebody hadn't given me 50 mil, I would only have 14 mil right now. That'd be so sad. We're getting pretty close to that 75 mark. We're gonna get another 36,000 Slayer XP from this dude. Which means we're only gonna need 12,000 more. So I think we might actually hit that 75 before we get off today. And that'll mean tomorrow we can use the next Slayer Master, which hopefully will speed up the XP rate a little bit. Slayer is definitely a slow leveling ability. At least so far for me. Does not give you a ton of XP as you go. Oh shit. The Varric legs are level 9 now. Getting pretty close to being able to break those things apart. Get my levels. We'll probably get at least 2 more levels. We're getting almost to where we can get these undead components. That's pretty nice because I think you get those from the Barrows gear. So we'll keep running that stuff until we get some better stuff. Maybe build up some of those undead components. Let's see. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us like where we get the components or if bonds go to 80 mil, that means 2.7 millish a day. You need to make anything extra as profit for the day. That's not too bad. I mean, even with some pretty basic, like, gathering skills, you can get pretty close to 2 mil an hour. So, I mean, you're looking at a couple hours a day, even on some pretty basic. Yeah, I mean, I think the economy is settling into a pretty good spot. Just based on looking at, you know, where bonds and stuff are at. But I think your math is off because a bond is only worth 14 days, 2 weeks. So you need 2 bonds per month. So if they're 80, then it's actually 160. Divided by 30 is 5 something million. Yeah. 5 something million a day. It's probably like 5.4. Bro, I used to be able to do 35 minutes at revs in moderate risk to make a bond. Now it's like 3 hours. Oh, to make a whole bond? That's crazy. $20 bonds per year. Oh, that's a good point, Dean. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the really big package. I usually think about month to month, not yearly. But you're right. At 20 bonds a year, it is significantly less. 20 times 80 would be 1.6 bill. with 365. It's still more than 2.7. One 0.6 bill divided by 365. Yeah, it'd still be 4.3 per day. When bonds first came out, I can remember a price of around 8 to 9 mil. Damn. There's still only like 10 in OSRS, right? It's weird that OSRS hasn't seen a massive amount of inflation. It's very strange. They used to be 2.5 in OSRS. Still, I mean, that's 4x instead of, 18x. Of course, I guess probably the thing that prompted a lot of the um OSRS has been about 10x RS3 value for the past 5 years. Interesting. I guess probably the treasure hunter probably created quite a bit of the inflation in RuneScape 3, though. Now that it's gone, a lot of that will probably slow down. Heck, it's even going backwards. We've seen. I mean, there's been an almost 33% reduction in bond cost. Which is wild. Highest I sold a bond was 172 mil. Damn. Need my porter. I think with bonds as well, you can only buy one at a time. Oh, you mean buying and selling, like how many slots in your Grand Exchange it takes up? I didn't realize that you could only sell them one at a time. That's interesting. That is definitely that does have a controlling effect on the prices though, and keeping them from consistently raising, because people are less likely to put them in there at greater value than their current value, because if they don't get sold, they take up that slot. That's interesting. Are you aware that your RS3 account automatically makes you an OSRS character? Yeah, I did know that. I actually have played this character, the OSRS character, on this account. And that the memberships are shared. But I didn't even make it all the way through the tutorial on OSRS. It is just not my game. It may change. I may enjoy OSRS in the future, but right now, I feel like RS3 is more approachable to me. I'm more comfortable with the way the game works. It feels a little more like more modern MMOs, and so I feel like I'm more knowledgeable just going into RS3 than I am trying to play OSRS. I just felt completely lost, even though I had been playing RuneScape 3 for like a good 2 weeks when I jumped in there. I just felt totally lost. I don't know, it didn't feel very inviting to me. I think that's a really cool thing that they do. And so we're getting Haven Hive in March, and then we're getting maybe nothing in April. So I'll probably be clearing Haven Hive. And then they're having April is when OSRS has its league, right? So depending on how that lines up, if the league is later in April, and I can play all of Haven Hive and get through all of that in the beginning part of April, and then maybe go play the league later on, then I might do that. I think so. I'm so burnt out, to be honest. I enjoy watching more than playing nowadays. Honestly, I enjoy playing in a way that sort of makes it like I'm watching. Because I kind of agree. I think I'm kind of burnt out in general on playing video games. Because I've just been doing it for so long, my whole life. And I'm burnt out on putting that much focus into things. Like, I'm having way more fun right now killing the black dragon, which is super easy, and just chit-chatting with you all, than I was having killing the Aviancies earlier that were making me have to pay way more attention and beating my ass. Because I just had to put in more focus to the experience. And I'm enjoying this low focus, low impact. It's why I like auto battler games. It's why I like idle games. I like to watch the numbers go up, but I don't necessarily want to sweatily click all the buttons all the time. And I think back, so when I was a little kid, the first MMO I ever played, you should make an OSRS character that is controlled by your chat. That would be cool. Just leave it on when I'm not, like, actively playing. That could be fun. But so I look back, um, and when I was a kid, the first MMO I ever played was Dark Age of Camelot. And my dad used to play with us. And back during that time, me and my brothers were really into the PvP. We were always out in the battlegrounds. We were always out in the realm versus realm area, just fighting and killing and doing all that stuff with other players. And my dad wasn't really interested in that. And he would go and just like grind gold. And he would just go kill mobs. He had a ranger. And he would find a mob that he could pull from really far away. And he would just plink it over and over and over again. And that was super fun for him. And he really enjoyed, and I mean, he'd spend hours just sitting there killing the same mobs over and over again. And I never really understood back then how he was having fun. Just doing that grindy stuff. But as I've gotten older, that low impact, you know, just kind of sit and chill and not worry type of gameplay is a lot of fun. I like the idea of chat controlled content. I think something really fun could actually probably be done with that. Um, hmm. Especially, so if you had a cool add-on that, you know, when you do like one chunk and stuff in OSRS, it like grays out a lot of other stuff. So you could have things like allowing chat to lock skills and different things like that that would gray them out and then impose some sort of a penalty on the streamer or the player if they go somewhere that's grayed out or, you know, click a skill that's been grayed out or something like that by chat. And you could use a voting system or something like that. Hey, have a good night, Dean. Enjoy your sleeps. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, like an overlay handicap. Yeah, I mean, there could be all kinds of stuff that could be introduced from that. Maybe it doesn't have to be complex, just a graphics or something. Yeah, absolutely. And that definitely, I mean, plugins are the real um, power for that. You know, you get a good plugin going, and you could really make something cool happen. Yeah, every time you go somewhere that's grayed out, or you click a skill that's been grayed out, or something like that, then um like a portion of the screen could get covered. With like a fog or something. And so you're losing information and you're having to zoom out so that you can see more because things are starting to get covered. I don't know, something. Set a time limit. So you're talking about chat controlled hardcore Iron Man. Um, so you set a time limit on preparation for each new task. So, like, you start off and they say, okay, go do this quest or something. And so you go do that quest and you only get like 5 minutes to prepare. So you've got to go figure out what's in your bank, um, whatever, grab all your potions, all that other stuff. And in that, or it could even be like 1 minute or 2 minutes or whatever. But you get a limited amount of time to prepare. And then you have to go do that task to completion. Right, or you cast a vote every expiration. Should we do Slayer for next hour? Mine, run agility. Yeah. Yeah, I like all that. It's definitely like a new character, right? Like just getting started thing. I feel like. Honestly, it could be something fun to do during the season. Call it chat, man. Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. Yeah, hardcore chatman or hardcore iron chatman. Okay. So, I mean, really, that's not, I mean, the voting thing is super easy. I mean, I could whip that out in no time. I could even set up a randomizer for it in my streamer.bot that could not just give you all, say 4 or 5 options, but it could give you all 4 or 5 options that were chosen at random from a much larger list of options. So, there could be like 100 things. And then it picks 5 random tasks and then shoots them out to you all to vote. And then whichever one you vote. So you could get super screwed where, like, maybe you get kill bosses or something like that, but your highest combat score is like 30. And then chat decides to be a bunch of assholes. And they're like, yeah, let's vote for the one that he can't even do. And then you got to go, like, try and kill the mole in level 30 like a jackass. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be real fun. And then you always leave it open to do the same thing again. So, like, vote 1 is always keep on with the current activity. So if everybody's enjoying what's going on right now, we don't take ourselves out of that. But if we're kind of getting over it, then we move on to something else. It's totally doable. And I definitely think that's a cool, because then you could do it for a brief period of time. That leaves the issue that people never vote for other content, though. I mean, that's fine. If everybody is having fun with the same content over and over again, and they just never vote for anything else, that's fine. If you want to just force the streamer to go from 0 to 100 fishing before they're allowed to do anything else, I mean, that's hilarious. I would totally vote for that just to fuck with somebody. Or like, oh, sorry, I just banged my head into my mic. I don't know, like rune crafting. Just start them on rune crafting. That would be ass. Yeah, no, that sounds pretty hilarious. I like it. Yeah, and then just every hour or whatever, you get continue current task or 4 other possible options to vote for. And those other 4 options are random, and you get, you always get the option to continue. And then just the vote decides. And then you go do that thing. It might be there's some limitations there, but this has already been taken into account. Like the chunk man in OSRS, the plugin knows what your account's abilities are. And so it knows like whether or not you even can complete certain tasks. So I would have to look into something like that, because would you do a hardcore? I think it would be better to do it hardcore. And I think it would be better to do it as a temporary character. So you don't want to do it as a main, because then you basically just have to keep doing it forever, and there's no real end point in sight. But if you do it as a hardcore, or if you do it during a season, then there's a definitive endpoint, right? Either the character dies, or, the season ends, or whatever. And so if you do it in some way like that, then it doesn't become this like, oh, this is just the way we play now. It becomes this kind of fun, quirky, sometimes thing. And I think that's important, because that could get pretty old if it was always. The name Hard Chatman is available. You should lock it up. I don't think I want to call myself Hard Chatman. I'll probably call myself Hardcore Chatman. Oh yeah, that's funny. I wonder if that's like a thing then with the chat voting. I wonder if there's somebody out there already doing something like that. Not that that would make me not want to do it, but I'm curious. I'd be curious to see how they had implemented it, if they are, and what their rules are. Yeah, I've never seen it either, but okay, thank you. Hmm. So the biggest thing here is coming up with how you want to break up the activities. So, I mean, you've got the skills are a pretty good um, activity breakup, right? You could be like, just do, level attack, level slayer, level dungeoneering, whatever. But there are lots of other things, right? There are individual quests that you might want to send somebody to do. You've got all of the possible achievements that you can get in the game, um, that you could have them be able to pick from. You have, I mean, there's just tons of stuff. You've got each individual boss, or just bossing in general. So it's definitely there's a big question in there about how to break it down, how many categories there are, and how you ensure that the player character is capable of completing each of the possible options. So you have to have some way to know, what are the character's capabilities before you pick what the options are. In its simplest version, you just pick a random skill, or you vote on a skill to level up, and that would be like the simplest version of the game. But if you wanted to get any more complex than that, a collection log plugin, or okay, yeah, I'm not really familiar with the OS RS plugins, so I would have to look into that. And you definitely could create a plugin that knows the state of the character and the existing prereqs for doing stuff, like quests and things like that. So it wouldn't be able to pick an option that you didn't have the prerequisites for. But that's something I would have to look into. And then from there, I mean, it's super easy to get, a random selection and then a vote. I mean, that's almost trivial to make happen. I wonder if I could connect my streamer.bot in any way. Do your OSRS characters have API keys at all? Because I don't think the RuneScape 3 characters did. But if the OSRS characters have API keys, then I could maybe even connect my streamer.bot program up to my OSRS character through an API key. And then I could have all of that information available on streamer.bot, which would give me tons of options for chat controlled stuff. And then once they start allowing plugins and stuff on RuneScape 3, a lot of that stuff could probably be migrated because they would end up using the same sort of system. Two more dragon kills. We can do it. I believe in me. Plug on RuneLite is called Skills Generator / Collection Log Master. Okay. One last one. And then we're only going to have 10k more Slayer XP to get before we hit that 75, which will be dope. Boom. All right. We're done with that. All right. Let's go put all of our stuff away and get ourselves another Slayer task here. What do you got for me? Show me the money. What do you got? Jungle strike worms. Nice. We already know how to do that. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Go down to Ooglog. And then we'll put that on. Oh no. I need to save with my ring of wealth actually equipped. Because it keeps taking it off. There we go. Now we're good. And we can just run over here and find some jungle worms and beat their asses. Come here, jungle worm. Let's see, we gotta kill 100 of these. We're getting, let's see, we got 9, 6, 8, 7. We went down to 9438. So about 250. $250 XP times 100 is 25,000. Is that right? 250 times 100 is 25,000. Yeah, so about halfway through this, a little less than halfway through this, we should hit our level 75, which is nice. It's going to be a little slow. The strike worms in general are just a little bit slower to kill, but that's okay. It's fun to kill them. They're so ugly. Look at that face. That's a face only a mother could love. I'm pretty sure that that purple shit that he shoots out at me is supposed to be poison. It obviously doesn't poison me because I've got venom blood. Because I'm a bad mamma jamma. He's a bad mamma jamma. I don't know if I want to keep all these random one-use super defense potions. Like, they're kind of nice, but I don't know. Maybe like breaking them or filling them into 4-use and keeping them that way might be okay. That seems like a lot of extra clicking for pretty limited gain. please attack. Me and the worm were just standing there fucking staring at each other. I haven't read the patch notes. What happened to Melee? What's up, Cristocho? They nerfed the healing and the damage pretty much across the board. So the Dismember, Slaughter, Massacre skill now gives significantly less healing percentage, which definitely needed to happen. It was way too much. The sustain was so good. And then Overpower had its damage reduced. Assault had its damage reduced. Dismember, Slaughter, and Massacre all had their damages reduced. It was pretty much everything took a hit. I mean, Melee was too good. It was kind of silly. I was running around, not even paying attention, just meleeing everything like it didn't matter. And that's not really the way the game is supposed to play. It was fun. Don't get me wrong about that. It was definitely fun. And I'm a little sad. But it was probably a good thing. If my dumbass isn't having to pay attention, then the game's probably too easy. Don't you do that. Don't you dig under the ground and then pop up at me. You little shit swizzler. What a turd basket. I don't like it. I'm not happy. Dude's a turd basket. Oh. Take the Hex crest. Is this the thing that you need for the Slayer helmet? Passive Slayer Spirit. Magic attacks against your active Slayer assignment have 12.5% increased accuracy and deals 7.5% increased damage. Yo! What's up, what's up? I wonder what the drop rate on that is. Because that's not even 150 worms. And I got it. I hope that that's good. I hope the drop rate is like 1 in 2,000. And I just got it in 150. Because I'm a badass. Because it's better to be lucky than good. Always and forever. Who's that dude? What's up, dude? A Zipper XX. Yo, what is this sword? The Bando's God Sword. Nice. Running around in necro gear? I'm very confused. Why are you wearing necro gear with a melee weapon? You don't make no damn sense. I sit, I wonder why. Oh, why? Hey, there's some fishing spots right here. I didn't even realize that earlier. Bunch of fishing spots. Boom, level 75 Slayer. What's up? Level 75 Slayer is one of the requirements for City of Sentiston. See, I didn't know that. Now we can get Gargoyles. Slayer Master Ancient Cavern. Also requires 110 combat, which I have. So we're going to start doing this Slayer Master in a moment. Which feels real good. And then we'll be leveling up like a boss. You know what I just realized? Is we can disassemble these. Instead of just leaving them on the ground. I threw it on the ground. I'm not a part of your system. My dad's not a phone. You can't buy me hot dog, man. Can I disassemble this lobster? Oh, I can. All I got was a junk, but that's fine. That's honestly hilarious. I kind of wish that I could just turn on this spring cleaner to just disassemble everything. Like, no matter what it is, disassemble it. That'd be dope. Happy birthday to the ground. Now I've got Lonely Island songs stuck in my head. This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow, pirate so brave on the seven seas. A mystical quest to the Isle of Tortuga, raven-like sway on the ocean breeze. Yeah, that was kind of weird, but we're back in the club, buying up the bar so the groupies show us love. I'm totally gonna get copyright striked one of these times for singing parts of songs. But whatever, it's fine. It's very unlikely that I have the self-control required to go an entire 6 hours every single day without singing songs that pop in my head. Very, very unlikely. Augmented flail gained a level. Booyah. Hopefully, now that we're able to use this higher tier Slayer, my attack level is high enough that I should be good. I might end up having to switch into my Bane gear. I really don't know how much more powerful the enemies might be. I hope that I don't have to switch into my Bane gear, though, because that would mean not being able to get my augments leveled, which would stop me from being able to simultaneously level Invention, which would be sad. Eventually, I will get, some level 80 or 85 gear that I can wear. I guess I could go and like farm bandos, and then I could have bandos melee like power armor. I don't really like power armor. I prefer to have the defensive stuff, the tank gear. But I don't know if there's even a level 80 tier of tank gear for melee that I could farm. I'd have to look. RS3 melee tank armor. Let's see. Because I am getting to a point where I do need to move out of this Barrow's gear. It's not really useful to me anymore. Let's see. Tank. La la la. Low level equipment, 1 to 30. Medium. Here we go. Level 80. Okay, we've got all the Bane stuff. Got all the Elder stuff. We've got Linzas. We got Tetsu at 85. Let's throw something out here. Honestly, that's kind of crazy. It looks like our only real option is to get to 85 and get Tetsu's. Or, no, looks like Tetsu's is it. That's crazy. Oh, nope, here we go. Torva is power. Anima Core also power. Okay, so Tetsu's is the only tank that I could get. I could get lenses, but I don't have those quests. Tetsu armor is made from the player-owned port minigame. Requires 80 defense and 90 smithing to make. In the port's workshop, using 30 plate and giving 10,000 smithing experience. Tetsu helm lasts 60,000 charges. Okay, well I might be stuck in some power gear here. Is Torva is not the Bandos. No, that's from Nex. Oh, Bandos is level 70. Okay, well we definitely don't want that. Interesting. I'm in a really weird spot with gear right now. Because I don't really feel like I can farm the things that would give me like the tier of armor that I'm looking for. Oh, there's another Hex Crest. Do I have any? Ooh, that's worth 100,000 coins. What the hell? Okay. Guess I'll have two of those then. Oh, thank you. Okay. I guess my laptop is just totally frozen up now. That's cool. Not really sure what's going on, but whatever. What are these papaya fruits all about? Oh my god. Why are these papaya fruits worth so much? You bouncing out there, Night Studios? Have a good day. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Boom. Back to base. I do want to see what these tier of Slayer tasks are all about. So let's go ahead and whisper us up one here. I think Kuradel and Duradel are the same. It's not Chieldar. And my freaking computer's acting up. There we go. Let's go to RS3 Slayer Masters. Need to figure out the name of this Slayer Master. Requires 110, 75. Oh, it's Kuradel. Okay. It's Duradel and Lapalak are the ones that I was at before. Cool. So I just got to talk to Kuradel, who I can talk to right here in my little spell. It's Hermito. I need another assignment. Excellent, you're doing great. Kill 164 blue dragons. Yes, ma'am. We can definitely make that happen. We're gonna go Here we go. We're going to use this because we're not using our full Varric set. I do have a Guthin's leg that I have Venom blood on, but it doesn't have my Cautious. And so we're going to AFK this a bit. And we're going to bring some porters. Let's see. We need 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'll bring 10 porters. And if we bring 10 porters, then we should be able to get all of our blue dragon leather. I don't actually know if the blue leather is going to be worth all that much, the blue hides. But we'll get them anyway. And then we can just top this fence here. And let's go kill us some blue dragons. I don't think that I'm going to need any food or anything. Pretty sure I can just come out here and murk these nerds. Although I guess I thought that maybe they were going to be aggressive. But now that I'm thinking back, I don't actually think they are. So switching to that new leg piece probably doesn't really matter. Let's find out. It's weird to me that they wanted me to kill blue dragons. Like, we got green dragons right over here. Aren't the green dragons higher level? Nope, lower level, never mind. But black dragons are higher level. And I was just killing black dragons. And now I'm killing blue dragons? Like, what's up? What even is that? Alright, let's see. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess then the question really becomes, do I want to keep going back and like saving the dragon bones? Or do I want to just bury the dragon bones right here? For 166 dragons worth. Because I can get way more XP. If I keep them. But then I have to like go through the effort of keeping them. I don't know. I think we're just going to bury them. We'll keep all the leather because we've got plenty of porters. So that doesn't really matter. And then we'll just kill 160 dragons real quick. I say real quick, this is going to take a while. I wish there was a way to make them aggressive towards me. That would really improve the quality of this experience. I mean, I guess there is a way to make them aggressive towards me. But it's a fairly expensive way. And I only have one of them. It would work pretty good, though. I'm kind of tempted. I think maybe we should do it. Let's go do it. I want to see how this thing works anyway. So there is an item that I have. The Scrimshaw of Aggression. An unpowered scrimshaw twisted with corrupted power. When warned, these compel most enemies to become aggressive. Lasts 1 hour. So that's worth 500k, and it's kind of a waste to use it here. But I kind of want to do it anyway. So I have a Scrimshaw of Aggression. It is currently inactive. It's a pocket item. Okay, so all I have to do is just click activate. Oh, okay, it says if the player is not under attack, a random monster will become aggressive. When a monster is killed, another random monster. So they won't mob me either. It's a one at a time thing. That's interesting. So there must be like some really high level passive enemies that you need to be able to get to attack you for some sort of farming thing in the future. But let's go click this thing and see what happens, because then we'll be able to just like straight up AFK this. It should happen pretty quickly. I believe the dragons are melee. They use magic, but I think, no, they don't. They aren't melee. The green ones definitely hit from range. Never mind. But let's activate this. And then we wear it. Oh, we can't use our Signs of the Porter, though. That's interesting. It also looks like it doesn't work on the dragons. Okay, but you can make it inactive again. That's nice. Okay, well that was a fun experiment. And ultimately useless. But it's good to know how that works. It's also really nice to know that it's not like a one and done with the activation, and that I can activate it, use it, decide I don't need it anymore, and then deactivate it. Very, very convenient. I am a little bit sad, though, that it didn't drag these enemies in to fight us. Because that could have been cool. There are a lot of things. Ooh, an impling. There are a lot of things in this game. Oh, shit. 25 pouches. Thank you, impling. Nice. Once I get to where I can actually do Syntiston, and let's go look at that. Well, poop. It was one of these level 75. Oh, but it doesn't even say. What's the name of the stupid quest for Syntiston? It's not just called Syntiston, apparently. Because fuck my life. Oh, we need to put another one of these on. Nice. Gosh darn it. What's the fucking quest? Is it Temple of Syntiston, maybe? Yes, Temple of Syntiston. There you go. Oh god, I've got so many quests. Okay, well that's gonna ruin my life. Dope. I'm very happy about that. I like that these blue dragons are giving me some blue charms. That's very nice. They're a bunch of sweethearts. What I don't want is I don't want to pick up that gold charm. Because then all my inventory slots will be full. And then I won't be able to pick up my bones. And I want my bones. It seems like if I just keep waiting, then things are gonna go my way. The gold charms stay at the end. Which is nice. Bones always seem to be like the first item. So they take up that slot, and then everything else that can be put in there that goes stacked is good to go. Very, very nice. Rolling down the street. Been having trouble keeping track of my mute a little bit today. I keep clearing my throat into the microphone. I am sorry about that. Having a little trouble with some allergies today, honestly. Feeling a little gooped up. Looks like we do need one more of those. And now we can pick up our gold charms. Because we've got our extra slot there. Getting these adamant stone spirits, getting these bones. I mean, getting tons of good stuff here. Pretty excited about it, honestly. I probably need to go do some summoning leveling. I have almost 500 blue charms. So I kind of just want to make a bunch of iron minotaurs. Or whatever tier of minotaur I can make. Just to get as much XP as I can. And then carry on. But we want to level up our summoning, because there are some really good summons. We want to get the stabby dude, Ripper Beast. There we go. We definitely want the Ripper Beast. And we need to beat Sintistan so that we can get our Hellhounds. Because I really want Hellhounds. Not just do I want Hellhounds for my own personal use, but they're a decent money maker, and they would be super AFK. So I would really like to be able to make some of that happen. But if I'm being honest, I don't really want to finish up with these blue dragons tonight. We've been doing a lot of Slayer tasks today, and I'm about murdered out. So I think we're just going to call that for the day. There's only so much murder and mayhem I can endure. So I want to thank everybody for coming out today. We had some really great viewership. Lots of people in the chat. It was lots of fun. I always enjoy having an opportunity to speak with you all and chit-chat about different things. So thank you all very much. I hope everybody has a great day. I'll be back tomorrow at the regular time. So enjoy the rest of your night, and I will see you on the next one.